It's that easy. Watch Sports Night and win only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Lou Piniella's dust-up with the men in blue on Saturday let off some pressure and steam at the very least. Now with Sweet Lou back, the Cubs seem to have finally kicked their season into gear, winning their 4th of 5 last night thanks to a masterpiece by Rich Hill and fueled by their 1-2 punch. Tonight, Lou turns to Sean Marshall for an encore performance against the Braves. Will the winning ways continue? Game 2, next.
Sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, sweet batter.
Ominous skies in Atlanta. We saw some rain earlier as the statue of Hank Aaron looks on here at beautiful Turner Field. The rain has stopped. That's good news, and hopefully it will not return. We're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Tonight, the surging Cubs take on the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of this 4-game series. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. A nice 2-1 win last night. The first one-run win for the Cubs on the road, and they got that early offense from the 1-2 punch, and that was all Rich Hill needed.
You know, for a Cubs offense, Len, it was built to bang. The addition of Felix Piet to the top of the order, along with Alfonso Soriano, has really changed the complexion of this ball club. No better example than last night. Soriano leads off with a leg triple. Piet drives him in. The Cubs are spotted to a 1-run lead quickly in the ballgame.
You know, it used to be the Cubs had one, maybe no left-handers in their rotation. They currently have 3 out of 5. We saw what Rich Hill did yesterday, and Sean Marshall trying to follow up an excellent start.
He's looking to back up a really good start. Pitched into the 7th inning, gave up only 6 base hits, 1 run. He struck out 8 Braves hitters by himself in that ballgame.
So Marshall will take on Lance Cormier, and the Cubs really knocked him around.
They really did. 4 innings for Cormier, gave up 9 hits and 8 runs, and among the 9 hits was 3 home runs. Hopefully the same result tonight.
So the Cubs try to get over 500 on the road. The Braves struggling big time here at home. So it's Soriano and the Cubs, Renteria and the Braves. A Friday night of Cubs baseball from Atlanta. We're going to stuff our faces and get set for the Cubs and the Braves next.
Again, I take full... I gotta run. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, he's thinking Arby's new toasted subs. Toasted to perfection and served hot. So delicious, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. Visit Arby's.com for a chance to win a day with a real stuntman.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the Big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, your local area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Ricoh, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Well, partner, we saw a little rain earlier, but hopefully it got it out of its system, and that's it.
Isolated thunderstorms around the state tonight. Hopefully they'll be isolated somewhere other than Turner Field.
Game conditions really cooled the temperatures off here. High humidity and a moist forecast tonight. Cubs back to 500 as DeRosa and Terrio get their moves on, and Cubs are ready. Braves really scuffling here at home. They've dropped 7 of their last 8 at Turner Field.
That's always amazed me how guys can miss the hit and run sign, but they'll remember 24 different handshakes. I don't get it.
A lot of Cub fans, as always, and with a long weekend here in Atlanta, they're looking for a lot of good Cubs baseball. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup against Lance Cormier. Alfonso Soriano leads it off. Felix P.A. back in there hitting second. Derek Lee, Michael Barrett hitting cleanup. DeRosa's at third base. Jock Jones at right for Cliff Floyd. We'll tell you why in a second. Terrio is Torres and Marshall 7 through 9.
Take a look at the Braves Rico defense. Matt Diaz, Andrew Jones, Jeff Francoeur across the outfield. Escobar, Renteria, Johnson, and Thorman across the infield. Jared Saltalamacchia behind home plate. He'll be doing the catching for right-hander Lance Cormier. We saw Cormier last week at Wrigley Field. Mentioned at the time, he's a dart thrower, kind of has a short arm delivery, tries to consistently work the outside part of the plate to both righties and lefties. Fastball, curveball, slider, and occasional changeup.
So Lou back in the dugout last night, and the Cubs coming up with their first road one-run victory after 6 straight losses in that department to begin the year. And it was Rich Hill and timely hitting early on, but the offense really was shut down late, and Ryan Dempster with a great 1-2-3 ninth to beat Bobby Cox's Braves.
Boy, and Dempster has really been efficient lately. Just going strike 1, strike 2 on every hitter he faces. Gets some real defensive swings in those 2-strike counts. Keeping his pitch count down, keeping him fresh.
It was his first save opportunity in 12 days. And he saved it for the left-hander Rich Hill. So Rich just can relax in the dugout and hope that Sean Marshall can match him.
I don't know if there's a better day in the big leagues for a pitcher than after you've twirled a gem, given your team a victory, and then you can just sit back the next day and enjoy.
Soriano would like to do what he did last night in the first inning. He tripled and then scored the first run. He drives it deep to right. Francoeur's back on the warning track. He's at the wall. He was a little bit better this time. A triple last night, a home run tonight. That'll work. That's his 8th home run.
That's a lot easier than legging out a triple. Just hit it over the fence and jog around the bases. Boy, what a great sign for Alfonso Soriano. The last 4 or 5 ball games, taking that pitch to the opposite field. Teams work him away, try to get him to hook the ball on the ground back to the left side. That's a belt-high fastball out over the plate. Big smile on his face. He knows where that one's headed.
Well, he has crushed the Braves. He is now hitting .500 this year. He's 9 for 18 with 3 home runs. A career better than .400 hitter here in this ballpark. So it's Felix P.A. as Soriano celebrating the club's 55th home run. Ramos Ramirez, by the way, is here. As you saw him in the dugout congratulating his teammate. Had some flight problems from Chicago with all the storms yesterday, and he is available in an emergency to pinch hit this weekend. But with the left knee injury, as PA's headed down to first, and the throw gets into right, and he's safe on a strikeout. What a start.
Talk about speed showing up in a bunch of different ways. You don't anticipate speed playing a factor on a strikeout. But PA hustling down that line. Still waiting to hear the official scores call on whether that was a wild pitch or a pass ball on Saltalamacchia, but whatever. Felix Piet busting it down that line. The throw gets away from Thorman at first base. Kelly Johnson right there to back it up and hold Piet at first.
So it's a strikeout and a wild pitch. Back to Ramirez. He's severe patella tendonitis in the left knee, and he might not be back in the lineup until the middle of next week. Lou continues to hold out hope that he won't be put on the disabled list, but the Cubs may have to make a roster move anyway, and if they do, it would likely be made tomorrow, and Mike Fontenot would be the most likely candidate to come up. The Cubs' backup infielders right now are Alfonso Soriano and Coy Hill. 2-0 the count on Derek Lee. The pitch missed again. 3-0, and the bench further depleted, and Cliff Floyd taken out of the original lineup tonight. A personal family matter, so he has flown back to Chicago. So not a lot of options off the Cubs bench tonight.
A rare 3-0 swing from Derek Lee there. Derek is not a guy that swings 3-0 very often, especially with nobody on base, or rather nobody in scoring position.
Now the 3-1, a breaking ball, and that's ball 4. Let's get right into our Comcast Sportsnet poll question. Do you think Soriano Piet should bat 1-2 in the lineup for the rest of the season, no matter what the stats say? Y for yes, M for no, U for undecided. 65295 is the number. So far, so good. Here's Michael Barrett hitting cleanup. Floyd originally was hitting 4th. Then Jones was inserted into that spot, and then later Lou made the switch, putting Barrett 4th and Jones 6th. So just a little tweak to the lineup. That's high. 2-0, so Cormier cannot find the strike zone, and when he has, it's either been a wild pitch allowing the runner to reach or a home run.
I mentioned he's somewhat of a nibbler. I looked at his pitching charts from the game against the Cubs last week at Wrigley, and against right-handed hitters, there were only a handful of pitches the entire ball game that were from the middle of the plate inside. Everything was away, fastballs away, breaking balls away. It's kind of the philosophy of the Braves as an organization, but when you're a nibbler and you're afraid to throw that ball over the plate, you can fall behind and put hitters in a lot of good counts, like he has tonight.
The Cubs like the first inning. The home run by Soriano, their 74th hit in the first inning, the most hits they have in any frame. And they have now scored in the first inning in 5 of their last 6 games. And if they can load him up, it'll set up an interesting scenario for Mark DeRosa, who hit a grand slam off Cormier on Sunday. That's the situation. Bases loaded. Nobody out. This is what happened last time the Cubs were in this spot.
Almost straightaway center field. It'd be a little tougher to go to straightaway center field here at Turner Field. You may remember the wind was blowing out that particular day at Wrigley, even though DeRosa hit the ball really well. And I'll tell you, he might be the best 250 hitter in baseball right now. He had 4 great at-bats last night, had a real good approach, driving the ball to the opposite field. Unfortunately, came up empty. Well, you talk to people with this Braves organization about Mark DeRosa. He is still held in high esteem for what he did as a member of this Braves organization, and I'm sure at some point in the future, the Cubs organization and the Cubs fans will feel the same way.
Well, the Cubs have a chance to really bust it wide open before Sean Marshall even takes the mound. They already have a run on the leadoff home run. Bases loaded, no outs. Strike one.
I cheated LaRosa out of a couple of points. DeRosa, rather. He's 252.
Okay. Oh, you'll remember that. The 0-1 pitch is low, 1-1.
I know you've heard it, Len, but you hear people talk about ball players, and he's hitting a soft 320 or he's hitting a real hard 250, and I think DeRosa is the latter. He's hitting a real hard 250. If he could find some holes, that average would creep up there.
The kick and the pitch. Well, I love his approach. Continues to be in the top 5 in the National League in pitches per plate appearance, 4.15. And he is putting all the pressure on the pitcher. That's what the situation should be in this spot. Fouled off, 2-2. How many times do you hear it? The pressure's on the guy throwing the pitches when it's a bases loaded, no out situation. There's no pressure on Mark DeRosa. PA at third, Lee at second, Barrett at first. Time called. Two. Another good take. It's full, 3-2. Again, just the second start of the year for Cormier. Both times facing the Cubs, and last time was not a good debut for Cormier. 3-2 pitch. We'll do it again. The 8 runs he allowed, a career high, and a 10-1 Cubs win.
Running up that pitch count as well, something you love to do. Try to get into that long part of the Braves bullpen.
And he walked in a run. Back-to-back walks. DeRosa gets a well-deserved RBI. PA scores, and the Braves fans are not happy.
I'm sure mostly the concern for the Braves fans is the fact there was another base on balls to force in a run, but the more observant fans will notice that Cormier is just throwing breaking ball after breaking ball after breaking ball. Missed badly away with that one in the full count.
Well, I think the thing that you think about is their defense really hasn't had to work at all. I mean, a home run, then the strikeout. Ball got away from the catcher, but 3 walks.
And we're probably about a pitch away from a visit from the pitching coach.
Well, actually, I think there already was. So
wasn't. Well, never mind then.
They might be getting action in their bullpen after what Bobby Cox saw in Chicago on Sunday. He may not wait very long. And there is some early action. Might be Oscar Villarreal, a right-hander. The kick and a 1-1 pitch to Jones. Missed again, 2-1.
I know a lot of fans out there have heard the term pitching scared, and it appears to me that's what Cormier is doing right now. It's like he's afraid to throw his fastball. Jock swings through one right there. I mean, we've seen breaking balls and sliders and changeups. Just not willing to challenge that strike zone whatsoever and let his defense work behind him.
2 in, 3 on, no outs. Ground ball back to the pitcher. High throw. They'll only get 1 out. So the Cubs get a break. That could have been a 1-2-3 double play. As it is, it's a fielder's choice for Jones.
Now this looks like a sure 1-2-3 double play. Easy comebacker to Cormier. He's wild to the plate once again. Saltalamacchia had to come off of the plate to field that high throw. By the time he gets back on the dish, he doesn't have a play on Jock Jones at first.
Still loaded for Ryan Theriot. 1 out, 2-0. Fastball for a strike. The golden tones of Jim Strike Joyce back to the plate tonight.
He's going strong early. He'll be going strong late.
We hope we hear that call many more times when Marshall's on the hill. Good block by Saltalamacchia. Tim Cheetah's a crew chief. Jim Wolf and Adrian Johnson also on the bases.
Saltalamacchia getting a workout behind the plate in the first inning. Not only blocking balls in the dirt, chasing down strike threes, taking errant throws to home plate for force outs.
.30 pitches already. 16 balls, only 14 strikes. Got him, called strike 3. It's the second strikeout of the inning. And the second out for Cormier, who has really worked up a lather out there on the mound. He's sweating big time, and he got Theriot and is now trying to get out of it. Facing his Torres.
That's a tough AB for Ryan Theriot. You've got a guy that's struggling to find the strike zone, bouncing every other pitch up to home plate, and absolutely paints the corner with a breaking ball for strike 3.
Now Sean Marshall was sitting in the dugout thinking about taking the mound, but he had to put his batting helmet on. He's in the on-deck circle. Cormier now's found the zone.
Starting pitcher will never complain about getting an at bat before he throws a pitch. That's a good thing.
The 0-2 to his Torres. Easy ground ball for Thorman, and Cormier gets out of it, allowing just 2 runs. Cubs could have gotten more. As it is, multiple runs supporting Sean Marshall. We'll be back.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the, No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom, get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah, I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Now Bobby Cox's lineup for tonight's game, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Kelly Johnson leads it off. Yunel Escobar filling in for the injured Chipper Jones. Renteria, Andrew Jones, who hit a home run last night. Jeff Rancourt in right. Matt Diaz in left. Salty. Jared Saltalamacchia back at the plate. Scott Thorman and Lance Cormier, 8 and 9.
And here's how the Cubs take the field defensively tonight behind Sean Marshall. Brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, PA, and Jock Jones, a late insertion in right field. DeRosa is Torres, Terrio, and Lee across the infield. Michael Barrett once again behind the plate tonight for the left-hander Sean Marshall. Real good strikeout to walk ratio for Sean, 22-5 so far this season.
Turns away Johnson on the first pitch. Ball 1.
You know, you mentioned the 3 lefties in the starting rotation, and Sean Marshall's going to try to use that to his advantage tonight. I saw him in the clubhouse watching a replay of Rich Hill's outing last night. Every pitch, every count, trying to see how his fellow left-hander went about getting these Braves out last night.
Johnson will make you work. He's a patient leadoff hitter. Hill last night tied his career high with 11 strikeouts. There's the first strike from Sean Marshall. I like what you said about the strikeouts to walks ratio. You know, Marshall, who doesn't throw that hard, is averaging over a strikeout per inning, and you love that. But I think more importantly for any pitcher, toward the hole, cut off by the sliding Ryan Terrio, and they get the out, is that ratio. You know, you don't have to strike out a lot of guys, but if you don't have a lot of strikeouts, you should have very few walks. And you like to have that, you know, good 3-to-1, 4-to-1 ratio if you possibly can.
Ontario ranging far to his left here. Yeah, he uses that slide more to slow himself down than anything else, to regain his balance so he can make an accurate throw on to Derek Lee at first base.
Here's Yunel Escobar, 0 for 4 in the opener. Smacks it into center for a base hit right in front of Felix PA. Last night the Braves had just 3 hits. 2 came from Andrew Jones, the other from Matt Diaz, 2 singles and a home run. And they get their first hit in the opening inning. Now, Rich Hill loves pitching here at Turner Field. He is 3-0 with a 0.83 now in his career, and he's 3-0 with a 0.94 versus the Braves. Renteria at 319, but he's 0 for his last 11.
You know, I'm looking at the box score of the, or rather the scorecard of the last Sean Marshall start against the Atlanta Braves, and I know you remember he got 2 double play balls, 1 in the first, 1 in the second, that really allowed him to kind of settle in a little bit. The Braves were knocking on the door, trying to put some pressure on Sean Marshall, who was able to get a big double play ball, a strike him out, throw him out double play in the first, and then a 1-6-3 double play in the second inning, and then after that he just cruised.
That was his first win of the season. Finally got some run support. When he left, the Cubs had given him 9 runs. They would win it 10-1. He tied his career high with 8 strikeouts, and the second time in 3 starts that he has fanned 8. He's going to throw over to first. Escobar dives back. Last time out, Sean worked with Coy Hill, and it's Michael Barrett back there tonight. Now, with 3 lefties in your rotation, at some point you're going to have those guys go back to back, and there are similar styles really among all 3. Do you worry at all looking down the road having a Hill followed by Marshall in the same series?
Well, ideally the 2 lefties will come on getaway day at the end of one series and the first game of another series, but unfortunately there will be times this year when the lefties go back to back. I think, however, there's enough difference in style between the 3 that they should be able to overcome it like Rich Hill did last night. I mean, there's might be the best pitch game we've seen in a long time by a Cubs pitcher. Had everything working, had his command, was moving the ball up and down the strike zone, in and out. Braves hitters would be looking for a breaking ball. He'd throw him a fastball. They'd look fastball. He'd throw him the breaking ball. He just had them completely befuddled last night.
Threw a couple of nice sliders as well. And I don't think Ryan Dempster threw a fastball in the 9th inning. So here's Andrew Jones. His average just at 224, but last night he hit his 10th home run. Swing and a miss.
You know, the home run came on a fastball away that he hit right down the right field line, just inside the foul pole down in the right field corner. And for the remainder of the evening, he was flailing at some Rich Hill breaking balls.
The 0-1. A little bit low. In his career, Andrews only hit .228 versus the Cubs. I don't know about you, but I could not read the signs of Michael Barrett. He was going a little too fast for me. All right, now he slowed down a little bit. Not that I knew what he was calling for in the first place. Marshall does. It's low on a fastball, and he's going to head out. Now, Bob, when you go that fast with the signs, does that give the runner an indication that it's the first sign?
I was just about to say that, either the first sign or the last sign. Generally, you'd like to work in a rhythm, even with your signs behind the plate. And when you run through them extremely fast, it's usually an indication that it has to be something very simple, like the first sign or the first sign after two. Some guys are very adept at looking in there and stealing signs from the catcher. Other guys have no idea what they're looking at.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. High in the air, but he didn't get it. And it's PA to record the out.
That was a home run to the opposite field last night on a two-seam fastball that just didn't get out there where Rich Hill wanted it. That may have been the only mistake he made in the ball game last night.
Now Jeff Francoeur. Two on, two outs. He's been called Frenchie or Frank the Tank from old school. He is of German and French Canadian descent. Jeff Francoeur. Good slide and blocked by Barrett.
And that's a rarity for Frenchie or whatever you like to call him. Took two pitches in a row. You kidding me? This guy comes off the bench swinging. Took a fastball right down the heart of the plate to start the sequence. That was shocking in and of itself, but then he took the next pitch in the dirt.
Made his major league debut against the Cubs in game 2 of a day-night doubleheader back in July of 2005. Final at bat of the night was his first major league hit, a 3-run homer off Glendon Rush. Another good play by Michael. 2-2. Cubs got 2 in the top of the inning. They had 3 consecutive walks. The runs came on a leadoff home run by Soriano and a bases loaded free pass to Mark DeRosa. Back to Marshall. He knocks it down. Found it in time, and the Braves leave 2. A single and a walk, no runs. We'll go to the second. Marshall can laugh, and he'll lead it off when we return.
Thank you. I love your curls.
Who's counting on your brakes today?
Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone.
That's why you should come to Midas now. At Midas, brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed.
Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Sculpted lines. Stirring details. The Lexus ES. One look is only the beginning. As we said, one look is only the beginning. The Lexus ES.
Monday, the Cubs are on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Central rivals slug it out on the north side when the Cubs host the Astros. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Astros Monday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
They're the players you love and the teams you live for. When you want the game, the latest news, or expert analysis on everything happening in Chicago sports, there's only one place to turn. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Bit of a scary moment as Sean Marshall could not locate the ball after he knocked it down, but he finally did and got the out. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Always look down. There's a thing called gravity, Sean, and eventually that ball is going to end up on the ground. Initially, he was looking up in the air, but found it in time to get the out at first.
So he leads off the second. Five out of 47 with one home run in his career. Cubs starting the night in third place in the Central, 6 games back of Milwaukee. The Brewers are in Texas for some interleague action. This is the only National League game, only National League series this weekend. Everything else is interleague. They're a half game behind the Cardinals for second, and a game up on the Pirates. A couple of interesting matchups this weekend. Mets and the Tigers in Detroit. You've got Oakland and San Francisco matching up. How about the Rockies and the Orioles?
Oh boy. Get there early.
Big battle in Florida. Devil Rays and the Marlins. Ground ball to first. That's Scott Thorman. As he'll flip to the pitcher. Well, Rich Rupp from the Cubs clubhouse staff is the bat boy once again tonight, and he's becoming a minor celebrity in his own right.
Thought you were going to say in his own mind.
There's Rich. He has done a wonderful job. The Cubs continue to win. So we have research analysts who have dug up some unknown facts about Rich Rupp. Deep to the left. We'll get back into that in a second. Soriano with his second home run tonight. That's 2 home runs and 2 at-bats for Soriano, and it's 3-0.
on 2 pitches. First pitch of the ball game, a home run to right field. This time the first pitch, a rocket line drive into the bleachers in left.
Did a 9 on the year.
Well, I'd say he's heating up. Well, such a good low ball hitter that time. The Braves catcher was set up outside. The pitch came right down the middle of the plate, just a tad below the knees, right where he likes it.
So he's 11 for 20 on the trip with 3 home runs, 6 RBIs, 5 runs scored. Throw in a double and a triple as well.
See, if I ever had a teammate that was as hot as Alfonso Soriano is right now, I made sure that I put my bats in the rack right next to his. Hopefully some of that will rub off. Boy, is he hot. Jeez. Well, he just has the ability to go down and get those low pitches. So quick with that bat through the strike zone, and uses probably the biggest bat in the major leagues. Just an amazingly gifted swing.
Well, the 1-2 guys have scored all 3 runs. PA after a dropped third strike on a wild pitch, and eventually came around and scored on the bases loaded walk to Mark DeRosa. Well, we didn't mind being interrupted by Alfonso Soriano, but we wanted to get to know the Cubs' new bat boy. So after this next pitch, we'll learn a little bit more about Rich Rupp. We've got a great staff of research analysts, and they dug up some very interesting facts. We can't verify any of them as PA draws the walk. That's the 4th walk given up by Lance Cormier. You be the judge. The Cubs are 4-1 with him as a bat boy. 14 is a minimum age. He might be a little older than that. Born in parts unknown. He likes to collect fast food restaurant napkins. And the best part of the job, he doesn't have to be in the laundry room anymore. And of the clubhouse names, I think my favorite is Otis Jr. Otis Hellman, the Cubs clubhouse manager. So that's everything you need to know about Rich Rupp.
Well, probably everything you want to know. Yeah, it's a great thing that the Cubs do. They did it last year with Tom Otis Hellman when they were going through a little bit of a slump. They decided to shake things up a little bit, try to change their luck. And
PA running, and he's in safely with his 2nd steal.
It's a good way to change your luck too. Have your fast guys get on base and steal second. It's like having 2 leadoff hitters at the top of the order. Actually, it's like having a cleanup hitter and a leadoff hitter at the top of your order. Boy, such great acceleration. The good base stealers have that amazing ability to get to top speed after about 2 steps.
And they're going to intentionally walk Derek Lee in the 2nd inning.
Well, that's the ultimate sign of respect, even though Derek has been struggling on this road trip. Really hasn't gotten many good pitches to hit. Teams, we've talked about it almost every telecast, teams just choosing to stay away from Derek, breaking balls away, fastballs away, and this time 4 wide ones.
So it brings up Michael Barrett, 1st and 2nd, 1 out. By the way, Soriano with his 15th 2-homer game. He has hit 3 homers once. And that was against Atlanta last year on April 21st when he was with Washington.
Well, if you're one of those fans that likes that he's on pace to kind of a thing, he's on pace to hit 9 home runs tonight.
You're so good at math.
Pretty easy when you homer in the first and you homer in the second. Of course, the Cubs could bat around in an inning, and he might hit more than 9 home runs tonight.
I'll take 9. That's fine. I don't think he would get an opportunity to hit 9.
Probably not.
He might take first base on one plate appearance. As they would pitch inside, it's going to go 5-3. So the intentional walk of Derek Lee pays off. But with 1 out in the inning, Soriano hit his 2nd home run in 2 innings tonight. That gives the Cubs an early 3-0 lead.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country.
Love the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac, ask about it at work, and by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Big start once again for the Cubs. They lead 3-0 as we get into the bottom of the 2nd. Sparked by their leadoff hitter, Alfonso Soriano, and he has enjoyed batting in front of Felix PA, and Felix loves hitting in between Soriano and Lee.
One of the most desirable lineup spots in all of baseball. Behind a 40-40 guy, ahead of a potential MVP.
Matt Diaz left center. Soriano with a shoestring catch. He has done it all.
Well, the only concern you have is with Soriano running at full speed and reaching down the way he did. That's a motion that will really stretch the hamstring. Looks like he's okay after this fine running shoestring catch. That ball gets by. It's at least a double.
A strike on Saltalamacchia, switch hitter. Back of the plate for Brian McCann tonight. Marshall 1-1 in 2 career starts against Atlanta, both coming at Wrigley Field. He has a .213 earned run average. And this is his Turner Field debut. That's deep, but PA is under it, and he makes a catch. It's your turn to play catch in the outfield. Run the bases or relax in the dugouts of beautiful Wrigley Field. The Hey Dad Want to Have a Catch event, presented by Motorola, is on Saturday, June 23rd. Limited tickets are still available by logging on to Cubs.com. All proceeds benefit Cubs Care, a fund of the McCormick Tribune Foundation. sent down by Sean Marshall. So it's the walk to Edgar Renteria.
It's never too early to look at the way the lineup rolls around. If Sean Marshall could retire Thorman right here, he would have the pitcher spot leading off in the 3rd inning. That's something you always like to do.
Just foul past D. Lee. The Astros have an early 1-0 lead on the south side of Chicago as they play the White Sox. They got their run in the first. Bob, I read that the Houston Astros, who will stay in Chicago to play the Cubs Monday, that makeup game, will become the first team ever to play both Chicago franchises on the same trip to our great city. That is foul. So never before had a team come to Chicago and play both the White Sox and Cubs. But it'll happen this weekend, and then the Astros staying in town to play the Cubs Monday.
Well, I know you're on top of such things, and I was thinking about it last night since I had a lot of time to think. The makeup game with the Astros. Now, if the Cubs would happen to win that ball game, is that considered a one-game series sweep, or does that count on the series in which the game was originally scheduled?
Well, since the Astros won both, I guess they would have to win to avoid the sweep. I would say it's not technically a series. Just my opinion. I could be wrong, Dennis Miller once said.
So yeah, my Corolla gets 41 miles per gallon. Not surprising considering Toyota's reputation, but I also got a great deal. Honestly, I expected to pay a lot more. So I donated the extra money to saving the whales. And pandas. Wow.
Hey!
Hey!
Scott, right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Well, see you at the fundraiser.
Yes, you will.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live, the Bulls held pre-draft workouts today. We'll tell you who was at the Berto Center, highlights of post-game clubhouse reaction from here at Turner Field and also at U.S. Cellular Field. Join William Jackson and Mark Shanowski for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs post-game live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs have given Lance Cormier another rough ride. They scored 8 runs against him on Sunday in 4 innings plus. 3 already tonight, the first 2 innings. DeRosa got a ribby. He is 29th on a bases loaded walk. Check swing. They're going to look down at first base, and a quick call by Tim Cheetah makes it 1-2.
Cormier takes a lot off his breaking ball this time, gets DeRosa out in front just enough to get the swinging strike. Away, away, away. Mistake right there. A breaking ball that just lost the grip. Boy, it's just amazing to watch these Braves pitchers from year to year to year. The faces come and the faces go, but they all pitch fairly the same game.
Big hop at the end, and Renteria made that play. 1 up, 1 down in the third. And it's Jock Jones who hit into a fielder's choice in the first inning.
You know, and really when you think about it, and we've all seen those hot zones occasionally on a hitter where it'll break the strike zone down into 9 different sections. And invariably, the lowest section is down and away, whether it's a right-handed hitter or a left-handed hitter. So it certainly seems to make a lot of sense to throw most of the pitches in the area where the hitter has the most trouble hitting the ball. Now, there are those out there that would argue, you have to keep hitters honest. You have to pitch them inside once in a while to make sure they don't lean out there and take that outside pitch away from you. But for the most part, the Braves pitchers just continue to pound that outside corner.
And you think about what generally a pitch like that will do to a hitter, it really limits the amount of damage he can do. And if you take away most of the field of play against most hitters, take away a lot of their power, if that pitch is down enough, yeah, you should have success. And occasionally get that pitch called a strike.
Yeah, depending on who's working the plate on a given night, sometimes you can creep off the corner away a few inches. We've seen that happen here in Atlanta.
Painted that one 0-2 Ontario.
You see where Saltalamacchia sets up. Pitches maybe a little bit off the outside corner.
And the 0-2, a comebacker base hit. Well, you think about how you can make mistakes in certain areas, and we know about mistakes inside, mistakes that can be up, but if you make a mistake low and away, chances are that's not going to be crushed.
You may give up a base hit, but you're probably not going to give up a long ball. Possible run situation here for Ryan Theriot. Number 8 hitter at the plate with 2 outs. Should Theriot happen to get thrown out on the bases, you have your number 8 hitter leading off the top half of the 4th inning, rather than have his Torres go ahead and take this at bat, maybe make an out, and then you have Sean Marshall leading off the 4th. So this is a situation where a lot of managers like to get that guy in motion over there at first base.
Knocked down by Saltalamacchia. I was having a conversation last night after the ball game about the curveball maybe making its comeback. And the Cubs have, you think about their left-handers who throw that good curveball, but it seems like you see more guys throw the slider than the curveball, or guys who have really, really good ones like Ted Lilly and Rich Hill. One of the things about the curveball is you have to be able to at some point throw it for a strike. And that's probably the toughest pitch to get called a strike because of the downward vertical movement.
Well, especially the big curveballs that those two guys throw. I mean, an inordinate amount of break when they let that curveball go, and it's not only tough to hit, it's tough to call for a plate umpire.
Theriot gets in, ball goes into center. He's going to head to third. Here comes a throw by Jones. It'll be way late. It'll be a steal and an error. Likely on Jared Saltalamacchia.
Good jump by Theriot over there at first base, leaning just a little bit as Cormier began his delivery. The throw was in the dirt and right past Edgar Renteria on into center field.
A stolen base and an E2. We have seen the Cubs offense do a little bit of everything already. Good block by the catcher. We've seen them hit for power. We've seen them be extremely patient, and we've seen them run.
Well, when you have all those things working at the same time, it usually translates into victories if your pitchers are giving you a chance at all. And Rich Hill was above and beyond the call of duty last night, and so far Sean Marshall appears to be up to the task tonight. Ontario's ability to get to third base on the stolen base in the air by Saltalamacchia really looms large when you have a pitcher who's struggling with his command out there on the mound. We've seen Saltalamacchia have to block several pitches in the dirt, and anytime you have a pitcher that's bouncing a lot of breaking balls, you've got a chance to score a run without the benefit of a base hit if you're on third.
That's 6 walks already given up by Cormier. 1 was intentional. And the pitch count continues to climb. Outside, ball 1 on Sean Marshall. Well, you'd love to see him get on and have Soriano have an opportunity with the bases loaded. Two down in the inning. A 2-out single and a walk, keeping the inning alive. I'm sure Sean is focused on the batter's eye if he sees anything behind the pitcher, but if he looks up a little bit, he's going to see a huge likeness of himself. That is a massive scoreboard. That's the big Sean Marshall. Cormier gets over, takes the throw from Thorman, and that's the inning. Cubs lead 2, but they lead 3-0.
Sport on earth returns to Chicagoland for the Torco Racing Fuels NHRA Route 66 Nationals. Every ticket's a pit pass, every driver accessible, and every run spectacular. Call now for tickets.
NHRA Power 8 Drag Racing. Experience the power.
Nothing would make me happier than to experience a paranormal event.
He came to expose a myth.
There have been 56 deaths in 1408.
It's an evil room.
Ghoulies and ghosties don't exist.
But he's just checked into a world.
Where is the bone-chilling terror?
He may never escape.
I'm just hallucinating.
Based on the terrifying story by Stephen King.
Did you call the cops?
They're in 1408. The room's empty.
1408, directed by Michael Hofstrom, rated PG-13.
Todd, you were on fire. Have you been eating more fiber?
Nah, but I did get a healthy deal at the Kia Spring Sales event.
The Kia Spring Sales event. Get an amazing deal on the Kia Spectra, a sporty sedan with 35 miles per gallon, a 5-star frontal crash safety rating, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program. All for under $13,500.
Wow.
Get $1,500 cash back at the Kia Spring Sales event. Offer ends soon.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
If you'd like to send us an email, it's lenandbob@comcastsportsnet.com. Brought to you by Coors Light. Elizabeth Hayes writes, do scouts ever use radar guns to gauge the strength of players' arms other than pitchers like shortstops or catchers?
Maybe accidentally from time to time if they happen to have the gun on as an infielder throws the ball across the infield, but it's more something they just use their eyes. They watch the carry on the baseball. Some guys have an arc in the ball when they throw it, like a rainbow. Other guys, it's a laser beam. They don't need a radar gun to tell if an infielder or outfielder has a good arm. Kind of surprised to see Cormier take this at bat leading off the bottom half of the third inning, given his struggles in the first 3.
And also given the fact that they have a lot of guys available in their bullpen. But he's going to stick with him. Cormier did deal a scoreless third, even though he gave up a hit and a walk. Looks at a strike, 2-1. I'm sure he doesn't expend a lot of energy, but it certainly sounds like Jim Joyce does on those strike calls. He's one of the most respected umpires in the game today. Called strike 3. First one for Marshall. Tuesday, June 12th is Country Music Night at Wrigley Field. Sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Country music singer Kelly Pickler will appear at the game. Country music memorabilia will be given away throughout the contest, and one lucky fan will win a trip for 2 to Nashville, compliments of the Grand Ole Opry and Southwest Airlines. The Cubs take on the Mariners at 7:05. Thanks again to Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the Chicago Cubs. One ball, one strike on Kelly Johnson. Came in hitting .450 this year against the Cubs. And he hits a foul out of play. An overcast evening here in Atlanta. Temperatures in the mid-70s. Kind of a breezy night. We saw some rain late this afternoon. Didn't miss by much. He went with a slow curveball and just missed the strike zone. 2-2. Hooked foul. Nice catch in the front row. That's what I'm talking about.
You know, Len, it's not unusual at all. We see scouts every day here at the ballpark. The advanced scouts are usually a week ahead of their team that's about to play either the Braves or the Cubs. But a lot of major league scouts here in Atlanta the last couple of days. Probably 8 or 10 different organizations represented by their major league scouts who are sent out to evaluate the talent on the ball clubs that they're watching on a given night. The advanced scouts are more trying to prepare the team for the next series they're going to play. The major league scouts come out here just to strictly evaluate talent.
That's a fair ball past Lee into the right field corner. Johnson on his way to second. He's going to try for a triple. And he's in standing. A 1-out 3-base hit, his 5th triple of the year.
Well, it started out innocently enough. Johnson goes down and it's a bouncing ball right down that first base line. It rolls right along the edge of the bleachers all the way down in the corner. Jock Jones plays it very cautiously as the ball rolls around and comes to him eventually. But with Kelly Johnson's speed, he turns that into an easy triple.
No, we talked to a scout who once scouted you.
Yeah, way back a long time ago. Gene Bennett, the scout for the Cincinnati Reds. Oh, geez, for has to be close to 40 years now. Saw me play in high school. That's Gene Bennett with his finger on his nose right there in the middle of your screen. He's seen a lot of baseball games. I'll tell you, back in the day, too, you had to hunt to find the ball fields that we played on. You had to want to be there. And you needed a map with township roads on it.
Runner at third, 1 out. How many baseball games do you think Gene Bennett has watched?
Oh, brother.
It's going to score a run, and Escobar is going to reach. Bobbled by Izturis. 3-1. I think they gave Escobar a hit. I know I'll get an RBI. It is a single.
Wow. Just an innocent little three-hopper to the left side. The Stores came in to make the play on the run. The ball hit him on the heel of the glove, and just couldn't find the handle after that.
Pitch to Renteria is outside. So a triple and an infield single, and Braves are on the board. Each team now with 3 hits.
I mentioned the double plays early in the game last time for Sean Marshall against this Braves ball club. He could use one right now. Edgar Renteria leads this Braves offense with 7 double plays grounded into this season.
The Braves have lost 7 of 8 at home after starting the year 14-7 at Turner Field. They're just 2-8 over their last 10. Fouled off the foot of the batter. Hey, congratulations to Tori Albrecht, the daughter of our producer Bob Albrecht. She's graduating from Downers Grove North High School. So Bob's back home. Pete Toma filling in tonight. And Tori's going to go to the University of St. Francis in Joliet. She's going to play basketball and maybe even run track.
Well, congratulations and good luck to Tori. Nice going. I'm sure Dad is extremely proud.
Oh, yes, he is. Dave Turner, our director. Tamara Anderson, our associate producer. Great to have you with us tonight. Game 2 of this 4-game weekend series. Ramos Ramirez missing his 2nd consecutive start after leaving the game in Milwaukee Wednesday with a left knee injury. So he is receiving treatment on the knee and probably won't be back into the lineup until the middle of next week. So on the next homestand, that's kind of an ideal scenario. It's possible he could go on the disabled list. And Cliff Floyd heading back to Chicago to attend to a personal family matter. And Jock Jones put into the lineup late tonight in right. The pitch swung on and missed. And that's a 2nd out.
Another good breaking ball, very similar to the big curveball Rich Hill was throwing in the ball game last night. The biggest difference between Sean Marshall and Rich Hill in my eyes is Sean Marshall throws more sliders. Sometimes it's small like a cut fastball. Other times it's a little bigger and sweeps across the plate. That time it was the over-the-top curveball, the same one Rich Hill throws.
Another curve, and Jones couldn't find it. They're still without Chipper Jones, who's not going to be back in the next couple of days, so he will not play in this series with injuries to both of his hands. So both teams missing very important parts offensively. Well, the Cubs don't want to be without a Ramos very long, even though they won last night and are ahead 3-1 tonight. His absence leaving a huge void in the lineup. And ditto for the Braves with Chipper Jones out.
We talk a lot about injuries, and every team has their share of injuries over the course of the season. You just hope that ideally when that guy goes down, somebody else in the lineup gets red hot, and Alfonso Soriano is that guy right now for the Cubs.
Well, I think that was the idea going into the season. If Soriano wasn't hot, hopefully Lee and Ramirez could be. If Lee wasn't hot, maybe a couple of those other guys would be. You're not going to get them all hot at the exact same time as Jones strikes out. But right now, as you mentioned, Soriano carrying this team. It's 3-1 after 3.
Imagine a car with the same fuel economy as Camry, but with a lot more power. The Pontiac G6. Or cross over to Touring. More power than Escape, with the same gas mileage. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Every 2007 G6 comes with the best coverage in America and a great starting at price, too. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate.
Peanuts.
Let's go for it. StubHub. Your choice. Your ticket. Your experience.
StubHub.
Heat. Enemy of engines. Enemy of heat? Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic, with adaptive molecules that continually separate and reform to help conquer heat. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Hey everybody, join us for Sports Night tonight after Cubs Post-Game Live.
We'll have reaction from the Cubs clubhouse and the Bulls workout Florida star Joakim Noah.
Plus the White Sox try and get their offense going. That's tonight.
Let's get our Aflac trivia question for tonight. Name the Cubs' last first-round pick to make the big league roster. Draft wrapping up today. Chuck Wasserstrom was there in Orlando, and he had a tie on. Cubs manager of baseball information, along with assistant general manager Randy Bush. Peter Chase, the director of media relations, also Bob Dernier was in Orlando, and talking to Chuck today, a couple of draft notes, but we're going to wait for Soriano here. He fouls it off. 2 home runs in his first 2 at-bats. 9 of the first 10 picks for the Cubs in the draft were position players. 9 of the first 10 were college players. In the 12th round, the Cubs chose Ryan Acosta from Clearwater, Florida. He's a right-handed pitcher and the son of former Cubs pitching coach, the late Oscar Acosta. 2 strikes on Soriano. So the theme of the draft, Bob, very heavy. Oh, deep left field. Number 3 tonight. Couple of 3-homer games in his career, both against the Atlanta Braves. So he's a third of the way to your projection of 9.
Well, he didn't get that at bat back in the 3rd inning, so that's thrown him off schedule for his 9-homer game. Well, look at, what are you going to do? He's seeing the ball as big as a beach ball right now. Wow.
Okay. 4-1. He's crushed all 3.
Did we say he's hot? Wow, hitting over 500 in the month. This came on a breaking ball. Goodness, keeps his hands back so well. Well, even his teammates on the bench know they're witnessing something special tonight. He wants to hit again right now.
All right, his last 5 at-bats against Lance Cormier. You ready? Home run, triple, home run, home run, home run. He's 5 for his last 5 going back to Sunday with 4 home runs and a triple against the Braves right-hander.
That is ownership. He has the pink slip on Lance Cormier. Here it comes again. And the ability to make that adjustment on the off-speed pitch in a 2-strike count, you have to be ready to hit a pitcher's fastest pitch. And Soriano's still able to make the adjustment, hit that floating curveball out of here to left field.
Ramos Ramirez, the last Cub to hit 3 homers in a game, September 16th of 04 against Cincinnati. Called strike 3 to send PA back to the bench. What a performance, and we're only in the 4th inning. Derek Lee down the line. It's slicing away from Francoeur and is going to drop foul.
Well, it's kind of tough to figure out what effect the wind has on balls hit down there at field level. The American flag in center field just whipping straight in, pushing that Derek Lee foul ball up into the stands, but certainly has not affected anything Alfonso Soriano has hit tonight.
Sharply hit on the ground right at Edgar Renteria. 2 away. 3 home runs tonight for Alfonso Soriano. And it'll be Michael Barrett coming up with 2 down. They've all been solo shots. Now the Major League record's 4, I believe. You know what? I think I was watching when Bob Horner did it once for these Atlanta Braves. Way back when. Sean Green did it.
Sean Green was in Milwaukee, I believe.
Yes, it was. Carlos Delgado in 03. Bob Horner on July 6, 1986 versus the Montreal Expos. In a loss. Boy, we need to pin everything down here in the booth. The wind is really kicking up.
It's usually not a good sign. We'll keep this game moving along here.
Michael Barrett, towering shot, deep left, and out of here, a home run. Cormier has given up 4 tonight. 3 to Soriano. Barrett with his 8th. I'll tell you what, the wind didn't help it. It may have pushed it back toward the field. I think Michael would have hit that one out.
You're right.
By a lot more than it actually ended up. And I think he has some fans in the front rows. You saw the high five as he went back to the dugout. He knew it.
Well, Bobby Cox has to go get Cormier before we run out of baseballs here tonight. Michael Barrett was just a towering blast. It only made it a few rows up into the bleachers, but We showed you the way the flags are blowing straight in from left field. Hit that one right through the teeth of the wind.
It's 5-1. Smiles all around in the Cubs dugout, and we'll be back.
The AT&T Yellow Pages. With so many detailed maps and directions, you may not need your GPS navigation system again. In which case, we can help you find a place to sell it. The AT&T Yellow Pages, published by R.H. Donnelly, your local expert. The AT&T Yellow Pages. With so much color, you may be inspired to take up painting, in which case, we can tell you where to get started. The AT&T Yellow Pages, published by R.H. Donnelly, your local expert.
When you search for a car at Autotrader.com, we send more cars your way than anyone. A lot more cars. So you can narrow it down by model, the color, even the price. And when you search from the largest selection,
that's the one.
You get the car you want at the price you want. No one has more cars in Chicagoland. Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
Here's what consumers are saying about the Ford Fusion on Yahoo Autos, an independent research site.
Love it, love it, love it. I have plenty of headroom. Both teenagers can fit in the back seat. Nice sounding stereo, along with an auxiliary adapter for my MP3. I'd buy this car again and again.
Yahoo Autos users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top 2 imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com.
Honey, I think he's trying to tell us something.
His first word.
Feldco.
Smart kid.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Oscar Villarreal now on for the Atlanta Braves. And Bob, I know you added up the numbers on Lance Cormier in his first 2 starts of the year, and I think he's fortunate he won't have to see the Cubs again this year.
Yeah, 7 2/3 innings pitched against the Cubs. He's given up 7 home runs. Keep the line moving.
DeRosa batting with the bases cleared. I'm telling you, I thought Michael's home run was going to be 50 rows up and left.
It got to elevation in a hurry. Some home runs are line drives. You're never quite sure if it's enough to get up above the yellow stripe on the fence. That ball got real high in the air in a hurry and just continued to get smaller and smaller and smaller. I agree with you. I thought that ball was going to be 15 or 20 rows back in the bleachers.
DeRosa shoots it into center. Jones plays it on the hop. Well, you know, the other thing that you love, and winning will cure everything. I mean, when Michael went back to the dugout, you saw Carlos Zambrano was excited. And, of course, they made up the other day. But just forgetting about everything that happened over the weekend, you play good, solid, fundamental baseball. You hit some home runs. You get great pitching. And that's all that anybody in that dugout cares about.
And Rich Hill was very complimentary of the work of Michael Barrett behind the plate last night. Yeah, that big breaking curveball is not easy to hit, and it's not easy to catch either.
Another solid base hit. Doesn't matter who the Braves have thrown out there tonight. And I don't know who originally came up with the phrase, but I love the idea of it doesn't matter who you play, it's how you play. And the way the Cubs are built, you know, if they're playing their best baseball, I don't think it matters who's pitching and who they're playing against. We have a lot of guys in this lineup who have had past success, who have track records, and who should hit, and we're starting to see them all do it now. Long run for Francoeur, and he'll put the squeeze on the third out. 2 more runs here in the 4th inning. What a night already for Soriano. First pitch of the night. Takes it out to right in the 2nd inning. First pitch swinging, and takes a breaking ball out in the 4th. 5-1.
something.
My hero.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the... No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom, get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah, I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, every one is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS with an EPA estimated 32 mpg highway starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
Let's get the answer to our Aflac trivia question. Name the Cubs' last first-round pick to make the big league roster. Cubs took high school third baseman Josh Vitters with the 3rd overall pick yesterday. Mark Pryor, the 2nd overall pick, tabbed in 2001. It was the last Cubs first-round pick to make the big leagues.
Well, congratulations to all those young ball players that were drafted over the last couple of days. I'm sure there's a lot of excitement out there, the opportunity to start the next phase of their life and their career. Good luck to everybody.
In the supplemental round, they took catcher Josh Donaldson out of Auburn. Again, the two themes were a lot of college players and a lot of position players. Nice job by Tim Wilkin and the Cubs scouting department. Ground ball, and Mark DeRosa will throw out Jeff Brancourt.
Nice routine play for DeRosa. A couple steps to his left, scoops it up, gets that rhythm going with a little bit of a crow hop.
Diaz lined out. Retired on a nice play by, guess who? Alfonso Soriano.
When talking about the draft, Len, it should come as no surprise. I don't have the exact number because I didn't watch the whole day today on the computer, but the Braves once again drafting a lot of homegrown talent from the state of Georgia. I think there were at least 4 or 5 players through the first 20 or so rounds that were from the state of Georgia or went to school here in Georgia.
Fouled away. I guess Al Kaline's grandson was taken in the draft. Gene Lamont's son. Mentioned the son of the late Oscar Acosta was drafted by the Cubs. DeRosa again, closer play this time, but he gets Diaz.
Brad Mills, the bench coach for the Boston Red Sox, former major league player. His son Bo Mills was selected high in the draft.
Ozzie Guillen's son, yeah, a lot of them. And Michael Brenly at one time was drafted by the Cubs, and what, next year looking at?
He's eligible for the draft again next year after his college season. Yeah.
Here's Jared Saltalamacchia. 2 down, nobody on. Crushed. Foul.
Strike 1.
You know what? I'm going to have to ask Chuck Wasserstrom. I see late in the draft with the 1,348 pick, the Cubs took Tyler Clark, a right-hander, from Springfield Catholic High. I'm not sure if that's Springfield, Illinois or not, but we'll find out. One and two on Saltalamacchia. Dribbled foul. Marshall looking for the right sign from Barrett. And time called.
Andy Bennis, Scott Fletcher, Garth Orge, Tommy Herr, all former major leaguers that had sons drafted today or yesterday.
Boy, Matt Sinatra, Lou's saying, I'm going to get as far away from you as I can. He got smoked in the first base coach's box last night. Lou said, I'm getting as far away from Matty as I can.
Matty can laugh about it now. I talked to him before the ball game about it. Standing down at first base, a hot shot off the bat of Ryan Theriot, and he lost it in some white shirts.
Ball gets away from Barrett, and they get the out. Sean Marshall cruising along tonight with his team leading 5-1.
Recently, car enthusiasts in LA and DC compared Camry, Accord, and the all-wheel drive Ford Fusion. In performance, handling, and styling, one car came in first, Ford Fusion. Now drivers across the country are weighing in. On Yahoo Autos, an independent research site, users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top two imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the Big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
The Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Matty got smoked, and I'll tell you this: if he had gotten hit right in the patella head-on, he'd have had a worse situation than Ramirez. I can tell you that. I told Matty, I said, use the whole coaching box, get in the back of it. Oh Lord.
And Matt Sinatra almost got hit again tonight.
Yeah, I started to mention that he didn't pick up the ball off the bat of Ryan Theriot. Almost gets run over by his own catcher there. And it wasn't until the last instant that he picked it up and was just able to turn his leg away. Otherwise, it hits him right on the kneecap.
Torres plants that one down the left field line. He's going to end up at second base. Cubs offense continuing to crank out the hits. That's 8 tonight.
Nice piece of hitting by Torres. Just went with the pitch right down into that left field corner. Sets up the inning nicely for Sean Marshall here. You would assume he's going to attempt to put down a sac bunt. Try to make Escobar, the third baseman, come in and make the play.
Well, I'm going to put my numbers cap on, and going back earlier, I think a big part of the night is the fact the Cubs took 6 walks against Lance Cormier. Bunted, it's foul. They took the bases loaded walk in the first inning, but I really think, Bob, that early inning patience paid off later as they forced Cormier to throw him some hittable strikes.
You start walking guys, and inevitably, what does your pitching coach say? Hey, you got to throw strikes. Well, now you're in those hitters counts, and you're throwing the ball over the plate, and you're getting those real aggressive swings from the Cubs offense, and they really made him pay in this ball game.
Yeah, this is the kind of night Gerald Perry will make several copies of the DVD, I think. This is how it's supposed to work, guys. Marshall already showing bunt. Foul again, 1-2. Yeah, he better bunt because the guy behind him's not going to.
That's for sure. And when Soriano stepped up out of that third base dugout to move into the on-deck circle, that group of Cubs fans that's sitting right there behind the dugout were bowing down to him. We're not worthy. Nice.
Escobar will throw him out. It's a sacrifice for Marshall. Cub fans on their feet here in Atlanta.
Number 12, Alfonso Soriano.
Trying to tie maybe a major league record, although with the infield in, he just wants a base hit here. And now Saltalamacchia is going to go out and chat with his pitcher. How about the Nissan drives of the game tonight, BB?
Let's see. Well, we had one in the first inning to the opposite field on the first pitch of the ball game. Then in the second inning, goes the other way on a low breaking ball, golfs it into the stands, and then in the fourth on a hanging curveball, the third home run in as many at-bats for Alfonso Soriano. Saltalamacchia had a quick trip to the mound there to talk to his pitcher. He says, hey, listen, I don't know if you were watching down there in the bullpen, but this guy's got 3 home runs already. Let's be real careful here.
He held up. 2-0.
Very, very close. I think even the umpires want to watch Alfonso Soriano swing the bat tonight.
Tell you what, another thing about this is a free swinger who's locked in, he's not giving in.
You think he has the green light here, 3-0?
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to walk it. This game has a way of evening things out. And, you know, there's a reason guys don't hit 460 in the course of a 162-game schedule. There's a reason guys don't hit 6 home runs in one game. Other teams will at some point just say enough is enough. And I think the Braves have reached that point tonight with Soriano. They are not going to give him anything good to hit. And if that's the case, he'll just take first base and, as you said, keep the line moving.
Yeah, and maybe second base. That's the difference between Alfonso Soriano and a lot of power hitters who are capable of hitting 3 home runs in a game. Soriano will take a walk and steal second.
There's Torres coming. The throw by Diaz. Little late. Soriano also tagged, and he ends up at second. 6-1 on the sac fly by Felix Pierre.
Gets it off the end of the bat a little bit, but deep enough that Diaz has to hold his position till the last minute. Does get some momentum going for his throw to the plate, but just too deep to put that ball on the money.
I know there are people saying, got to get D-Lee going again, and I know he thinks that too, but again, if you can continue to do well with your superstar players maybe not at their best, that's a good sign that other people are picking them up. A one bouncer handled by Johnson to end the inning. He's Tourist with a leadoff double. He would score on the PA sac fly. It is now 6-1 Cubs.
Let the Cubs pepper you in style while you watch the game from the comfort of the Wrigley Field Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments. It's the perfect place for your next corporate or social outing. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Sunday, the Sox are on Comcast Sportsnet. It's an interleague clash on the South Side when Paulie and the boys battle the Houston Astros in high def. Coverage starts with Belco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Astros Sunday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Again, I take full... I gotta run.
Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah, he's thinking Arby's new toasted subs. Toasted to perfection and served hot. So delicious, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. Visit Arby's.com for a chance to win a day with a real stuntman.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer inside our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Back out to the Cubs and Braves in a moment. First, a quick check on some other National League Central action. The Cardinals hosting the Angels. It's 3-0 St. Louis. Albert Pujols has a home run, and the Brewers are in Texas taking on the Rangers. Number 22 for Prince Fielder. It's 1-0 Milwaukee. The Cubs 6 games behind the Brew Crew entering the night. Now back to Len and Bob in Atlanta.
All right, Luke, it's 6-1, and Sean Marshall continuing to pitch very well. He has grabbed a hold of that 5th spot in the rotation, has a 6-1 advantage. Scott Thorman, the hitter. Chris Woodward, a pinch hitter, is on deck. And strike one the count. Right at the plate, Tyler Clark, the 1,348 pick out of Springfield Catholic High School. That's Springfield, Missouri. But a couple of picks later for the Cubs, Carlos Rivera, a center fielder taken out of Aurora East High School. So congrats to Carlos Rivera getting drafted by his hometown Cubs. Check down at third, and I guess no swing.
Yeah, that's when it gets a little discombobulated. Michael Barrett wanted to ask for an appeal down to third base, but he was busy blocking the ball in the dirt and retrieving it just in case it was called strike 3. He needed to apply a tag or throw on to first base to complete the out.
Rocketed foul.
I mean, it's a very simple request. Check it. It's usually what the catcher says and points in the direction of either first or third base umpire. told the story many times. My first year in the major leagues, I was a part of a platoon with veteran catcher Milt May as Thorman pops one up to the left side. This should be no trouble for Mark DeRosa. And Milt May told me, when you ask for an appeal, say, could you check it, please? Never hurts to be courteous.
It never hurts to say please.
And always learn the home plate umpire's first name. They hate to be called Blue at this level. I know that's very popular in college and high school and even in Little League. Hey, Blue. Hey, Blue. Well, umpires in the major leagues would much prefer that you call them by their name. So I know a lot of teams on their advance report, we've seen it in the dugout before. They'll put up the umpire's crew for that ball game with their first name so that as you go out to take your position, Derek Lee knows who's umpiring first base. Mark DeRosa knows who's at third. And you can call them by name.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're human beings, and it never hurts to be nice. Kill them with kindness, right?
That's right.
On Wednesday, June 13th, the Cubs battle the Seattle Mariners at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get an Ernie Banks number 14 cap, compliments of Ballpark Franks. Wind's still blowing pretty hard coming in from left. Well, we're still dry. And if Sean Marshall can get one more out, this will be an official game. Don't have to worry about rain.
We've seen some flashes of lightning out beyond the scoreboard in center field, way off in the distance. Hopefully it'll stay out there.
And it's funny you mentioned that. I was writing in my scorebook between innings and I thought I saw lightning, but then there's so much blitz going on inside this ballpark that I wondered if maybe it was the scoreboard. Manufactured lightning.
Well, maybe it was the paparazzi trying to get some more candid shots of you at work here in the booth.
Is Paris Hilton in Atlanta?
Yeah, I think they're all busy right now out in Southern California on Paris watch.
Two hands for Derek Lee. He'll take it by himself, and a nice 1-2-3 inning. That's 8 in a row sent down by Marshall. It's 6-1.
Quikrete Concrete. For over 60 years, it's been used by just about everyone for just about everything. Quikrete, king of the concrete jungle.
The safest accident is the one that never happens. The 2008 Lexus RX with 14 actively safe features. Learn more at activelysafe.com.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
All Cubs once again tonight. They're trying to win their third straight against Atlanta. They avoided the sweep on Sunday at Wrigley Field with a big 10-1 win. 2-1 last night. 6-1 tonight. Peter Moylan, the third Braves pitcher to work tonight.
Moylan tough on right-handed hitters. He has that sidearm delivery, sometimes even a little bit lower than sidearm.
Cormier gave up 5. Villarreal gave up 1 in an inning and a third. Cormier with 3 2/3 tonight, allowing 4 home runs, 3 by Alfonso Soriano. The other one by Michael Barrett. So he goes up against Moylan. Ball 1. Base hit through the hole on the left side. Number 9 for the Cubs on the hit board. Well, check out the Astros and the White Sox coming up Sunday here on Comcast Sportsnet. Pregame begins at 12:30 from U.S. Cellular Field right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. It's a foul ball off the bat of Mark DeRosa. 1 strike on him. Leadoff man is on. Michael Barrett here in the 6th. The pitching matchups the rest of the weekend. Right-handers tomorrow night. Former Brave Jason Marquis against right-hander Tim Hudson. And Ted Lilly. Maybe John Smoltz Sunday night. Smoltz still not officially going. He might not know until tomorrow if he's in fact going to be ready to pitch. Shoulder not back to 100%.
If I read it correctly in the local paper this morning, Smoltz said he was going to come to the ballpark tomorrow, play a little bit of catch, and just see how it feels. He did not throw his normal side session that he would usually throw between starts, choosing instead just to wait until the day before, play a little catch, and see how it feels. Well, that'll be a real tester tomorrow against Tim Hudson. This is a guy that just doesn't give up many base hits. You really have to work hard to push across runs against Tim Hudson. He's only allowed 79 base hits in over 90 innings of work this year.
Jason Marquis in his career, 3 starts versus his former team. 15 innings, 29 hits, 24 runs, and 9 home runs. So he's looking for a much better outing than he's had to this point against the Braves. A 14.40 earned run average.
I think even Jason Marquis would agree that he's a little bit of a different pitcher this year than he's been in the past. He seems to have made some corrections mechanically in his delivery to allow him to more consistently keep that sinker down in the strike zone.
They must be bored here in Atlanta. They're doing the wave. With their team down 5.
I guess there's waves in the Chattahoochee River.
Barrett running, swung on and missed. And a strikeout. Barrett will pick up his 2nd steal of the week.
Well, one thing about sidearm pitchers, it takes them a little longer to unload the baseball. That time just a little sinker down and in. Michael got a real good jump over there at first base. Straight steal all the way. Never looked back into the hitter to see what the action was at home plate. Michael's going to be wanting the green light out there on the bases.
They pitch to Jock Jones, a strike on the outside edge. The Mets shut out the Tigers tonight, 3-0 the final in Detroit. Jorge Sosa got the win. He's now 6-1. Pirates and Yankees 4-4 in the Bronx, bottom of the 7th. Chris Duffy with an inside the park home run for the Pirates. Xavier Nady with his 10th. Hideki Matsui with his 6th for New York. Joe Torre with his 2,000th career win last night as the Yankees beat the White Sox.
Joe Torre, the only man in Major League Baseball history with 2,000 victories as a manager and 2,000 hits as a player.
On the way, it's away, and it's now 2-2.
And as a footnote, he's been threatened with firing 2,000 times by the boss.
And that's another record. Well, they started the night 10.5 out. Tied for third as Jones waves at strike 3. This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. And this year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Fastball for a strike. Ontario with a single, a stolen base in the third inning. 1 for 3 officially tonight. And he lines to Edgar Renteria. And the inning is now over. The Cubs lead the Braves from Atlanta 6-1.
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, everyone is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get a 2007 Chevy HHRLS with an EPA estimated 30 highway MPG starting at $15,845 after cash back. That's an 07 HHRLS starting at $15,845 after cash back.
Hey everybody, join us for Sports Night tonight after Cubs Post-Game Live.
We'll have reaction from the Cubs clubhouse, and the Bulls work out Florida star Joakim Noah.
Plus the White Sox try and get their offense going. That's tonight.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Rise every morning on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the all-new full-size 2007 Toyota Tundra.
Well, Sean Marshall seems to be getting better. Coming off a 10-1 win against these Braves. He has pitched another beauty tonight. He's given up just 3 hits and 1 run through 5. A ground ball sharply hit. Ontario throws out Escobar.
You know, Len, everybody has their own routine that they like to do in preparation for an at-bat, but I've never seen anybody do this. Yunel Escobar, as he comes up into the on-deck circle, he swings the bat around a little bit, takes a couple steps towards home plate, and then a big jump. Pulls his knees up to his chest, and he's ready to go to Hackett. Well, I'd be tired after all that.
Well, he was 2 for 2 with an RBI before Marshall The ground out. Monteria showing bunt, bringing DeRosa in, but then he pulled it back, took a strike on the called pitch. A lot of strikes tonight for Marshall. Tapper to third. DeRosa will throw and get him. You know, one of the other things with Ramirez out, Mark DeRosa, one of the most versatile guys in all of Major League Baseball. And, you know, he's a very solid National League player. Had his career here offensively with Texas last year. But he belongs in the National League. You can move him around in the middle of a ball game if you have to.
And you won't lose a thing defensively. I talk a lot about rhythm in this game, and DeRosa always seems to field balls in a good rhythm so that he's ready to get the ball into the throwing hand and make the play. Whether it's on the move like the last play, if going to his backhand, going to his forehand, doesn't make any difference. He plays the game with a certain rhythm. Good defenders do that.
You know, he might be a better third baseman than he is a second baseman, and he's an excellent right fielder. One of the storylines this year for the Braves is they've been a lot better on the road than at home. They're first in the National League with a .287 batting average away from Turner Field, but 15th in the league, or second to last at home at .240. And Michael Barrett, going after that ball, was appealing to the first base umpire to see if Jones went around. Tim Cheetah said he didn't, but again, Michael wanted to make sure. He didn't want Jones to head to first.
And the home plate umpire, Jim Joyce, was letting Michael know right away. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Well, Michael's just going to ask for an appeal anyway.
That's ball 4, I believe. I don't think Andrew Jones knew it.
That's all you get.
And ball 5. Here's ball 6. St. Louis shutting out the Angels, top of the 5th in St. Louis, 4-0. Duncan, Stinnett, and Pujols all with home runs for the Cardinals. Milwaukee trailing at Texas, 2-1. Bottom of the 4th, a flare foul. Reds lead Cleveland 4-2, middle of the 7th in Cincinnati. Reds have the worst record in the league at 23-38. And the worst overall record right now in the major leagues belongs to the Texas Rangers, 21-39. As Torres can't get it, base hit for Francoeur. And 2 on with 2 down. Just their 4th hit and the first hit since the Escobar RBI infield single in the 3rd inning. Larry on the phone to the bullpen.
Creeping up on that 100-pitch mark. Not that that's a magical number by any means if a guy is still pitching effectively and his mechanics haven't been altered out there. 100 pitches is really nothing. It's not the number of pitches so much. It's how the pitcher goes about delivering those pitches. Start to show some signs of your mechanics coming apart. Pitches that you were keeping down around the knees early in the ball game suddenly start to stray up over the middle of the plate. Those are some indications that a guy is getting a little bit fatigued. And it may happen at the 50-pitch mark. It may happen at the 100-pitch mark. And for some guys, it doesn't happen until 125, 130, 135 pitches.
One ball, one strike to Matt Diaz playing left. Without having looked at any sort of study, but just looking at the home records this year in Major League Baseball, they're not very good. In the National League East, 2 teams over 500 at home, as his Tourists will get the easy out at second. And that's the Mets and the Braves, each just a game over 500. More on that later. Alfonso Soriano looking for his 4th home run. We'll see him coming up in the next half inning.
No, Dad, it's Prague. We're going to be fine.
Today.
Any idea what you're going to do in there?
You don't even want to know. Get ready for the most shocking ending in horror movie history. Hostel Part 2. Rated R. In theaters today.
Imagine a car with the same fuel economy as Camry, but with a lot more power. The Pontiac G6. Or cross over to Touring. More power than Escape, with the same gas mileage. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Every 2007 G6 comes with the best coverage in America and a great starting at price, too. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Watch all the action like you never have before from the comfort of the Batter's Eye Lounge in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. For more information, including non-game day opportunities, call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
Monday, the Cubs are on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Central rivals slug it out on the north side when the Cubs host the Astros. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Astros Monday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Tonight on the Best Damn Sports Show, period. Who has it all? The wow factor, the showmanship, the skills to do things you've never seen before. It's Best Damn's Phenomenal 50 now. Tonight at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet.
At the end of the last half inning, Sean Marshall and Michael Barrett chatting as they went to the dugout. And Sean, at this point, will bat here in the 7th inning with his team leading 6-1. A new pitcher now for Atlanta, right-hander Blaine Boyer.
Well, and once again, the ideal situation for Lou Piniella and for Sean Marshall is to have Cesar Torres somehow reach base here leading off the inning and allow Lou Piniella to use Sean Marshall to put down a sac bunt like he did back in the 5th inning.
Boyer was recalled from AAA Richmond on Tuesday between games of the doubleheader against Florida. Diving attempt by the third baseman. Renteria will throw late. Torres should have a hit. And it's number 10 for the Cubs. Cesar 2 for 3 tonight.
We talked about this earlier in the season. Opposing teams always play their third baseman in front of the bag at third for Cesar Torres, and he rarely bunts for a base hit. I can't recall the last time I saw him try to bunt for a base hit. And that gives him the opportunity to slap the ball by the third baseman and leg out some infield hits.
Just wanted to finish up the conversation about home records. The Braves, if they lose tonight, will be at 500 at home. The Mets are 17-16. Everybody else in the East 500 or worse at home. In the National League Central, Milwaukee 22-12. The other 5 teams have losing records at home. And 3 of the 5 teams over 500 at home in the West. But I used to hear about teams trying to win 2 of every 3 games at home and go 500 on the road. It has not played out that way in the National League. But again, without having really looked at past years, not sure if any sort of trend is brewing, is Marshall with a second consecutive sack bunt. Let's get back to our Comcast Sportsnet poll question regarding the top of the order. Do you think Soriano and PA should bat 1-2 in the lineup for the rest of the season, no matter what the stats say? 94% say yes. Almost unanimous. The only part of that question for me is no matter what the stats say, if you hope it doesn't happen, if both guys go through an 0 for 50 or something, I think you'd consider making a change. But you hope they're going to both stay right in that 1 and 2 spots for a long time to come.
Just great table setters. I mean, Soriano rarely takes a base on balls, even though he's been more patient this year than he's been in the past. But with the speed that the Cubs have in that 1 and 2 spot in the lineup, certainly will set up some RBI opportunities for Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez and Cliff Floyd, whoever happens to be hitting behind them in the lineup on a given day.
Big swing and a miss by Soriano. 3 home runs already. Walked intentionally in the 5th. Well, I don't like to look too far down the road. The only issue for me with Felix hitting second is he is going to have to sprinkle in some more walks. Now, he does have a walk tonight. That's only his 2nd walk of the year. And there will be a point, I mean, if you add up, 250, 300 at bats, you're going to have to walk a little bit more to be effective in that 2 spot or hit 330. I mean, I'll take that. And he's going to see a lot of fastballs hitting behind Soriano and in front of Derek Lee. But generally, as you said, your top 2 hitters, you want to be 2 of your most patient hitters, if possible. Now, I wouldn't say take PA out of the lineup. I would say if he struggles in the 2 spot, you move him down in the order, keep him in the lineup.
And ideally, that patience comes at the right times. We've talked about the number 2 hitter in the lineup needs to take some pitches when the leadoff man reaches base to give him an opportunity to pick a pitch and steal second. There will be other situations when PA comes to the plate with runners in scoring position. You don't mind him going to the plate and being a little more aggressive, trying to drive those runs home. But I think that's all part of the learning process at the major league level and what your role is with the ball club, what you're expected to do, and hopefully Felix will pick that up quickly.
One and 2 on Alfonso. Runner at second, 1 out. Ground ball to short. It was in front of his tourist, but Renteria is going to take the out at first base. Two down in the inning. First time they've retired Soriano.
The way Soriano's been going tonight, Blaine Boyer will probably get some Cy Young Award votes for just getting that ground ball to shortstop.
Soriano looks pretty disappointed, doesn't he? He has very high expectations and standards for himself, and he wanted to do more with that than he did. Felix trying to keep alive his 5-game hitting streak. 9 for his last 24 coming in. Since he came back up, and the Cubs have won 4 of those 5 games. Will Oman on the mound out in the bullpen. I mean, the bottom line is, regardless of what the individual numbers are, if you continue to win ball games like the Cubs have been doing, you generally keep your lineup as constant as possible. And it's been a goal of Lou to keep that lineup fairly constant. Here's a pitch. Base hit for Felix Pie. Is Torres scoring his second run of the night? Second RBI for PA. 6-game hitting streak. 7-1.
That's where your number 2 hitter becomes a run producer with a guy on third base and 2 outs in the inning. You're looking for him to drive that runner home however he can. Nice clean base hit right over the head of Edgar Renteria at shortstop. His Torres could walk home on that line drive hit.
And to go back to the line earlier about it doesn't matter who you play, it's how you play. It's also when do you play them. You go back to last weekend, the Braves caught the Cubs at a good time for the Braves because the Cubs were really struggling. They had just gotten swept by Florida. We had all the off-field stuff that happened during that series. But the Cubs have caught the Braves at a good time this weekend. Atlanta lost 3 of 4 to the Florida Marlins. And the Cubs coming off a series win against the first place team in the Central.
And no Chipper Jones, possibly no John Smoltz on Sunday. That remains to be seen. But yeah, you take your breaks wherever you can get them. Braves sitting 3.5 games behind the Mets going into play tonight.
And it was going into tonight, and the Mets did beat Detroit. So the Braves now 4 games out. It'll be 4.5 if the Cubs hold their lead tonight. The pitch out of the mitts. Saltalamacchia has to go get it, and PA now at second base.
Ball runs up and in on Derek Lee. Boyer is the first pitcher we've seen in about the last week and a half that's even willing to come inside. Saltalamacchia kind of ducked his head out of the way, and that ball just planked off his mitt. Should be a pass ball.
And it is. In the meantime, 3-1, fouled off 3-2. Derek wants to join the party. 0 for 2 tonight, 0 for his last 13. But he did walk his first 2 times tonight. 3-2 pitch. Knocked down by Thorman. Throws it away. Boy, I'll tell you what, Blaine Boyer took a tumble as the Cubs get their 8th run. PA scores. Looks like Boyer's all right, but he fell down pretty hard as Derek Lee came flying by.
I'm going to tell you, that's one thing about Derek Lee. Regardless of the score of the ball game or where he hits the baseball, he's going to run hard down that first baseline. You never know what could happen. Thorman knocks it down. His throw to first base is a bad one, leading his pitcher right into the baseline. Derek Lee makes contact as he runs past the bag. Looks like Boyer's going to be okay. We've seen a lot of those dangerous collisions down there at first base on plays just like this, where the defender gets drawn into the baseline. Boyer took a shot to the side of the head there as Derek Lee went past.
It's a single for Derek, so he does snap the 0 for 13 and an error on Scott Thorman, allowing PA to score, so no RBI. 8-1. Second error tonight for Atlanta. Pop foul back our way by Michael Barrett. Well, the last Cormier-Marshall matchup was a 10-1 Cubs win. Tonight it's 8-1. Rough inning now for Saltalamacchia as Derek gets to second base. That should be a wild pitch.
That one was in the dirt way outside to Michael Barrett. Saltalamacchia just reaches across and tries to backhand that ball, hits off the heel of his glove and comes back the other direction.
Kick and the 1-2. Outside on a breaking ball, 2-2. With a win tonight, the Cubs would take a 4-3 season series lead. It would be 3 of 4 here in Atlanta. Ton of base runners for the Cubs tonight. They have 12 hits. They've taken 7 walks. Strike 3 on the swing and the miss by Barrett, but 2 more for the Cubs. It's now 8-1.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the... oh. No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom. Get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah. I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Shining is showing someone the way. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to help you live a healthy life. By providing wellness programs and initiatives, we keep you focused on staying well and living well. Because we believe sharing a commitment to a healthy way of living can inspire someone for life.
Lean on me.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, everyone is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty.
Get an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS with an EPA estimated 32 mpg highway starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken. Popcorn chicken so big and juicy, others don't compare. Made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. So delicious, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Next Thursday, June 14th, the Cubs battle the Seattle Mariners at 1:20 on Culver's Day at Wrigley Field. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs hat, compliments of Culver's Restaurants. Culver's Restaurants, taste how much we care. Well, with the Cubs leading 8-1, Lou's going to go to the bullpen.
And you mentioned it earlier in the ballgame. The bench is a little thin tonight. Cliff Floyd attending to some family issues, and Aramis Ramirez a little nicked up still. So that last half inning couldn't have worked out better for Lou Piniella. He was able to use Sean Marshall to put down the sacrifice bunt, then takes him out of the ballgame. Didn't have to burn a pinch hitter, and goes to his bullpen now to Will Oman.
At the knees on Saltalamacchia. Well, we got an email from our good friend Ed Hardig. I'm not surprised with Alfonso Soriano hitting 3 home runs tonight. And Ed writes that the 3 home runs by Soriano off the same pitcher marks the 11th time the Chicago Cub has hit 3 off the same pitcher in a game. Sammy Sosa the last to do it against Houston's Tim Redding on September 23rd, 2001 at Wrigley Field. Soriano, the first Cub to hit 3 in a game in Atlanta. Now, Ernie Banks hit 3 off 3 different Milwaukee Braves pitchers back in 1962, but that was in Chicago. Ed's all over it.
That's not surprising.
Home runs for Soriano tonight coming off Lance Cormier. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Get Chicago Sports News Nightly on Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live. The Bulls held pre-draft workouts today. We'll tell you who was at the Berto Center. Highlights and postgame reaction from the clubhouse here at Turner Field and U.S. Cellular Field. Join William Jackson and Mark Shanowski for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I had 3 home runs in a game once in a collegiate summer league.
Really?
Yeah, I had 4 for the season. 3 of them came in 1 game.
Huh. Were they in 3 consecutive plate appearances?
I believe they were. First 3 times up in the game, yeah.
Hard throwing Carlos Marmol up in the bullpen. Did you hit them all in the same spot, or did you go right, center, and left?
No. The field we played at in this collegiate summer league in Bloomington, Illinois, it was like 380 down the line in right, 450 to the gap in right center, and 290 down the line in left. So I went the short way, hit them all to left field.
Popped up on the right side. Derek Lee will make the catch. 2 quick outs. So you felt invincible that day, didn't you?
Well, back when I was in college, I felt invincible every day.
Willie Harris will pinch hit for Blaine Boyer.
Yeah, I love to see the quotes from athletes. Not only baseball players on a day like Alfonso Soriano's had today, but, a basketball player that goes out there. We were talking the other day about LeBron James saying that the basketball felt like a tennis ball and he was trying to throw it into the ocean. I mean, it's hard to describe that feeling when you have it as an athlete, when everything is working in sync and you're not really thinking, you're just reacting, and everything seems to just flow perfectly, and it's hard to describe and it's hard to maintain that feeling. But when you see a remarkable performance by an athlete and you look at the quotes after the ball game, they all kind of say the same thing in their own words. That's why sports psychology has become such a big business, finding a way to tap into that feeling, whatever it is that allows you to perform at that level and do it consistently over the course of a season, or at least as consistently as you could possibly be.
Base hit off the bench for Willie Harris. Well, Rich Hill has read a couple of, for lack of a better word, self-help books on the psychological aspects of being a pro athlete, and you have to say the results have been tremendous.
Well, the mind is such an important part of any success or failures that you're going to have as an athlete, especially at the highest level, and finding a way, if not to control your mind, at least to funnel those energies in a positive way. It's very important if you're going to have success.
Interesting to see Hill talking with the Cubs hitting coach Gerald Perry. I don't know if they're talking about hitting, or maybe Hill's talking about his approach against a guy who knows hitting. That would be a Greg Maddux-like thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yep.
It's 8-1, all Cubs.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
always love the details. But you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Again, I take full... I gotta run.
Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah, he's thinking Arby's new toasted subs. Toasted to perfection and served hot. So delicious, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. Visit Arby's.com for a chance to win a day with a real stuntman.
Funny how momentum works, isn't it? And when one guy gets going, then the next guy gets going. And don't forget about the starting pitching either, as good as the offense has been tonight.
Yeah, it seems like everything starts with the starting pitching. You hold the other team down long enough for your offense to get into some kind of a rhythm. And with the offense the way it's been, that's taken, about one batter. Alfonso Soriano just unbelievably hot right now.
Chad Paronto now the new Braves pitcher, as the Cubs already have 12 hits on the night. They'll try to add on against the burly right-hander.
More walks and strikeouts on the season. And he got his beer goggles working tonight. Can't get any love. Hang with him, buddy.
Cubs have scored in 5 of their 7 innings. Paronto from the stretch. And his first pitch to DeRosa is a strike on a fastball at 92.
This is another one of those nights. You look at the line score here. The Cubs have left at least one runner on base in every inning in this ballgame. Now, they pushed across 8 runs, so certainly it's swept under the rug. But those are the kind of things you look back and, geez, they left all those guys on base in that game in Atlanta. Well, it'll skew the stats a little bit, but they pushed 8 of them across, and that's the important thing.
The key is to get them on, and if you get enough on, you'll get some in. If you get 25 base runners and you leave 13, but you score 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever, that's okay. Yeah, the left on base can be very, very deceiving. You can have a team that does not hit well with runners in scoring position, but if you give them a lot more chances than other teams, you can still be up in that upper echelon and runs scored. A line out to start the inning.
Softly hit line drive. Looked like DeRosa got jammed just a little bit right to Escobar at third base.
Outside corner strike on Jones. Lance Berkman received a 2-game suspension today for his actions in a game earlier this week against the Rockies. It's kind of interesting. He got kicked out by Ed Rapuano, or at least he thought he did. He had argued a check swing. Well, Rapuano didn't kick him out, but Berkman thought he had already been ejected. Well, then he really got upset, and then Rapuano kicked him out. Base hit by Jock Jones, his second. He's 2 for 5. The problem later, though, wasn't just that. He came back during a bench clearing brawl, and you can't do that, so he got a 2-game suspension. Well, he appealed. He played tonight in the game on the south side, and he got ejected.
And to celebrate his impending suspension, he got ejected again.
That's the second time that sort of scenario has played out. Freddie Gonzalez, the manager of the Florida Marlins, who had been ejected earlier in the night, came back to protect his team and try to be a peacemaker. But again, once you're kicked out, you cannot come back onto the field of play. They get the out at second and at first. So they turn it. It goes 1, 4-3 on the double play. Inning over, bottom 8, 8-1.
Want to win a special Cubs collectible? Well, here's your chance. Comcast Sportsnet and the Cubs want to give you this limited edition iPod. To enter, tune into Sports Night, and every Thursday at 6:30, watch for the weekly iPod Cubs trivia question. Then log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and correctly answer the question to be automatically entered to win this limited edition iPod Nano. It's that easy. Watch Sports Night and win only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Menards is where you'll find a storage solution to meet your needs. For mowers, wheelbarrows, and more, choose a storage shed from Arrow. The 10x8 Hamlet is $194. The 10x12 Arlington is only $279. Both come with a free metal foundation kit. Organize your yard equipment with Rubbermaid storage units. They're made of durable, water-resistant resin and easy to assemble. A split lid model is $99. This big 92 cubic foot sliding lid model is $289.
Save big money at Menards.
Compliments? Watch for the Bare Essentials Pure Compliments collection, featured at a special one-day price, Saturday, June 16th, throughout the day on QVC.
Tune for Bacardi Late Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer inside our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Back to the Cubs and Braves in a moment. First, to check at some other National League Central action. Brewers in Texas, bottom of the second. Bases loaded for Mark Teixeira, who knocks in Ian Kinsler, but Kenny Lofton is gunned down at the plate. It's 7-1 Rangers in the fifth. Cubs win and a Brewers loss would leave the Cubs 5 games out of first. Now back to Len and Bob.
That's a nice scenario, Luke. Thank you. 8-1 here. And Carlos Marmol will take over in the bottom of the 8th. Third Cubs pitcher, Sean Marshall, with a quality start, 6 innings, 1 run. So that's 4 starts for Marshall. They have all been quality outings. Will Oman with a scoreless inning, gave up a hit in the 7th, no runs. Hey, just to follow up on the runners in scoring position note, the Cubs leading the National League going into play tonight, hitting .288 with runners in scoring position. The #1 team in runs scored, the Phillies, 7th. Florida, 2nd in runs, 10th in runners in scoring position. The Reds are 4th in runs. They're last with runners in scoring position. The Mets are 5th, and they're 12th with runners in scoring position. So it's not necessarily so that the teams that hit for the best average with men in scoring position lead the league in runs. Everybody likes to do it. But, you know, we hear people complain that the Cubs, they don't get those guys in with less than 2 outs. Well, they actually have.
I'd rather lead the league in wins at the end of the season. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter how you do it. Win pretty, win ugly, just win. Boy, Carlos Marmol has been absolutely nails out of that Cubs bullpen. He was a nice addition. Lou Piniella was just looking for a power arm to add down there in the bullpen. And he just doesn't give up hits. 8 2/3 innings pitched coming into play tonight. Only 2 base hits allowed.
Let's go 1-9.
3-2. Pitch on Escobar. Pretty well hit. Jones back on it. He has it on a warning track. Nice running grab by Jock Jones. 1 out. By the way, the Cubs tonight, Bob, are 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
There you go.
Did a lot of their damage with runners out of scoring position.
A lot of room to roam in the outfield here at Turner Field. Jock Jones makes a nice running catch on the warning track. Never takes his eyes off that ball. Wind has died down considerably from earlier in the ball game and appears to have turned around a little bit. I really don't know how much the wind affects the ball in play here at Turner Field. Maybe on an extremely high fly ball you may have some effect, but because it's almost a fully enclosed bowl, I really don't think the wind has a lot of effect on batted balls to the outfield.
Here's Pete Orr on his 28th birthday. He is pinch hitting for Renteria. I'm almost shocked that we didn't get a big downpour with the big winds we had early on in what was it, about the third or fourth inning? Or whatever it was, it blew right past.
Isolated.
Yes. Line foul. Marmol ready for a 1-2 offering. 2-2.
Maybe just a little bit low. Good spot to miss.
Charlie Rutherford was giving that low strike last night. Orr went around. Watch the Cubs take on the San Diego Padres Friday, June 15th at 1:20. Get to the park early for your chance at a Cubs keychain. The first 10,000 adults will receive a Cubs keychain, compliments of Nissan. I'm always up for a new keychain.
Absolutely. Keychain's one of my favorites, and the refrigerator magnet schedule. That's another big one.
Sky high off the bat of Andrew Jones. Soriano with a catch, and the Braves go down quietly once again. Ninth inning around the corner, 8-1 Cubs.
Oh, honey, I told the neighbors we'd feed their pets while they're away.
Oh, okay, sweetie. Oh, no.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly one of Southwest Airlines' 7 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way with a 7-day advance purchase.
You are now free to move about the country.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Hey, Cubs fans, tune into Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack caught stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
What does it take to earn AMCI's best-in-class certification for acceleration? Raw horsepower. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months or $2,000 customer cash on a new Tundra. The truck that's changing it all. Now at your Toyota dealer.
The Cubs Felco upcoming schedule. 2 more night games in this series. We're back on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Monday night, the makeup game against Houston at 7 o'clock. The Mariners come to Wrigley Field for the first time ever. We'll have the opener right here on Comcast Sportsnet, 7 o'clock Tuesday night. Escobar moves from third to short. And Pete Orr stays in and plays a hot corner. 9th inning, Cubs leading by 7. Soriano, by the way, will come up third in the inning with 3 home runs already. Second inning of work for Chad Peranto. One and one.
Jim Joyce still going strong back there behind the dish.
I hope he has some throat lozenges. Need to keep those vocal cords lubricated. Swinging bunt. Saltalamacchia scoops it up, and the throw goes right through the legs of Scott Thorman.
Just a little swinging bunt rolling up that first base side. Saltalamacchia calls off his pitcher and then fires a low rocket right through the glove of Scott Thorman at first base.
The error will be charged to Thorman. That's his second of the night, the third for Atlanta. And it's Angel Pagan batting for Marmol. Well, you never know what's going to happen. We talked about Texas. You heard Luke's update. The team with the worst record in the major leagues with a big lead, 7-1 over Milwaukee. So if that holds up, the Cubs can win. They can be just 5 out. With a long, long, long way to go. This is only game 59 of the year. Patience, patience, patience. It's so difficult sometimes, but the Cubs have more than 100 games remaining. High bouncer, and Saltalamacchia will pick it up in foul territory. Watch the Cubs take on the Padres Saturday, June 16th at 12:05 on Shed Aquarium Day at Wrigley Field. Fans have a chance to win gift packages, including 4 VIP passes to Shed Aquarium. Don't miss your opportunity to see lizards and the Komodo King at Shed Aquarium this summer.
And Bella, the baby beluga whale, not much of a baby anymore. Bella's getting big.
It's a lot of bees.
Yes, indeed. That's a great way to spend a day. That aquarium is just awesome.
Yeah, you go over there a lot. He's Torres on after the error by Thorman. Cubs with at least 1 hit in each of the first 8 innings. Soriano's on deck. To short, Escobar, Johnson, and Pagan beat the relay throw. Here comes Soriano. $37,123 and a good handful of Cubs fans, and again they are giving the Cubs leadoff man a standing ovation. A home run in each of his first 3 at-bats, then an intentional walk, and later a ground out to short. Here's the pitch. Base hit for Soriano. 4th hit of the night. He's going to second. He should be out, and he is. Throw beat him by a mile. It almost looked, Bob, like Kelly Johnson was surprised that Soriano wasn't to the bag yet.
Not sure whether Johnson was surprised he wasn't to the bag yet, or the fact that he even went for 2 right there. That Diaz out and left got to this ball in pretty good shape. Soriano continues his red-hot hitting. Diaz comes up, looks at third, throws to second. Johnson says, oh, geez, he is coming to second. I guess I better tag him. Kind of an awkward turn at first base. Not one of Alfonso's better efforts on the bases right there. Fortunately, a comfortable 7-run lead here in the top of the ninth.
Breaking ball off the plate. 2 down, runner at third. PA's had a good night. Two RBIs, 2 runs. Also has his second career stolen base. Good look from behind home plate. Give him 3 RBIs. 9-1.
You know, PA said it the other day, this call up to the major leagues, he knows he's going to be playing every day. There's no question he's going to be in the lineup, and he feels much more confident in his abilities, much more relaxed, and it certainly shows in the way he's been swinging the bat.
So tying his career high with the 3 RBIs, he had a 3-run homer a couple of days ago in Milwaukee. Here's the LoJack caught stealing report. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. So the Braves give up a lot of stolen bases.
A possible injury here as Bobby Cox heading out to the mound along with the Braves team trainer.
Checking on Chad Peranto. He wants to stay in.
They're going to give him an opportunity to throw a couple of warm-up pitches here to his catcher, see how he reacts. You see Bobby Cox standing on the first base side of the mound. I always like to be standing where I could see the pitcher's face. See what kind of a reaction he has when he lets that ball go, when he gets to the point of release where he might be experiencing some discomfort, and just try to read his body language, read his face. How does he react? Of course, they're going to lie to you every time. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm good.
He could wind up and throw the ball into the press box, and he'd say, I'm fine.
In D. Lee's last at bat, he ended a string of 13 consecutive at bats without a hit. Drives it deep to left, sending Diaz back, and he makes a catch. The inning is over. An error, 2 hits, 1 run. 9-1 with 3 outs to go.
Some days you have to be a superwoman in your 07 Chevy Impala, unleashing your powers, protecting the innocent, or flying the family up, up, and around the way with a little assistance from your sidekick and the best coverage in America. And not a hair out of place. The 07 Chevy Impala.
Plus, qualified lessees can get a low mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala LT for $199 a month for 39 months, $25.79 due at signing. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers or log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details. Check us out today.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
To my darling wife, I leave my stock portfolio. To my daughter, Susan, I leave my yacht. And to my son, Jack, I leave my garage.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Must be a Danley.
Now you can own a Danley and get a garage door opener free with 2 remote controls. Call 773-GARAGES and get a free garage door opener with a Danley of your choice.
It's my Danley.
Danley's Garage World, Danley.
After the game, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. We've had some fun here in Atlanta. Cubs with a nice, efficient 2-1 win last night. They're up 9-1 here in Game 2.
Steady Michael Wirtz on to take the ball here for the ninth. Lefty's hitting 208. Righty's hitting 208. The league hitting 208 against Michael Wirtz.
Francoeur, Diaz, Saltalamacchia due up for Atlanta. Last of the ninth. I want to give a shout out to big Cub fan Vance Nicholson in Monroe, Louisiana. Huge Cub fan. A roller to DeRosa, easy play. 1 out. The producer of tonight's Cubs broadcast is Pete Toma. Our director, Dave Turner. Tamara Anderson, our associate producer. The executive producer of Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr. Thanks as well to our stage manager, Patrick Rosselli. Kevin Caslow, our audio mixer, our master control operator back at our Comcast Sportsnet studios, Melissa Galbraith, and our entire crew here in Atlanta. This team has been fun to watch this week, hasn't it? Going back to Sunday, a win tonight. Make it 5 out of 6. You know, Lou Piniella did not have to put Felix Pie in the number 2 spot. He could have put him down 7 or 8. But just still looking for that right lineup chemistry. And he has found it, at least for the time being. Terrio can't get it on the leap, and it's a base hit for Diaz.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It seems to all start with good starting pitching, but one thing you've noticed as well over the last week or so, Cubs are playing smart baseball. They're not throwing to the wrong base. They're not kicking balls around. They're not trying to do too much. Just make the routine plays consistently. Come up with the big knocks when you need them. Timely hitting is always important if you're going to win ball games, but they just haven't beaten themselves. There were a lot of games earlier this season where the opposing team didn't even have to get a base hit to score some runs. The pitchers would walk a couple guys, somebody would throw a ball away, somebody would kick a ball, and suddenly you were on the wrong end of the scoreboard, and the other team really hadn't done anything to beat you. You had beaten yourself, and the Cubs have eliminated that over the last week. And even when they have had a defensive mistake, you think about the ball that landed on the mound the other night. They come right back and they forget about it. Marquis gets the next hitter, gets out of that inning, and it doesn't come back to haunt the Cubs. Taking care of your teammates. Wirtz will pick it up. 2 outs, runner at second. They have absolutely shut down the Atlanta Braves offense. The Braves started this series 3rd in the National League in runs. Last night, 1 run on just 3 hits. Tonight, only 1 extra base hit, a triple by Johnson in the 3rd inning. Everything else singles. So 1 run on 6 hits. Ball 2.
It's fireworks night here at Turner Field tonight. Popped up. We saw a lot of fireworks earlier in the ball game from Alfonso Soriano. DeRosa the catch. Cubs win. Their third in a row. Since the Lou Piniella suspension began, he's now back. Since Felix P.A. came up, the Cubs are 5-1. I think the most important one was P.A. coming up. We've talked about they played better fundamental baseball, hitting the long ball now. The top two guys in the order doing it all. And the Cubs in this series have received outstanding pitching.
Oh, the pitching has just been off the charts good so far. And that's a way to get on a roll of its own. Each starter doesn't want to be the guy to break the chain. Rich Hill with an outstanding outing last night. Sean Marshall follows it up with another good outing tonight. Everybody out of the bullpen was perfect this evening. Jason Marquis will hope to continue this stretch of good starting pitching tomorrow night.
So that's going to wrap things up for Pete Toma, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and my partner Bob Brenly. This is Len Casper wrapping up our game coverage from here at Turner Field. Once again, the final score, the Cubs 9, the Braves 1. Our next telecast of Cubs baseball Monday night from Wrigley Field on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. That makeup game against the Houston Astros will hit the air at 7 o'clock. Now stay tuned. Cubs postgame live is coming up next. The final again. Cubs 9, Braves 1. Have a great weekend. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
Oh, yeah, the Cubs win again. Mark Shanowski with William Jackson back in our Chicago studio. Cubs postgame live is coming up next. Luke Stuckmeyer and Dan Plesac break down the amazing night of one Alfonso Soriano.
He was a good one. And after their show, Mark and I will bring you Sports Night. And in that show, we'll have highlights and reaction from the White Sox who try to get their struggling offense going against the Astros.
And we'll check in on the Bulls who worked out Florida big man Joakim Noah. This is an interesting character. You're going to want to hear from him. And, of course, we'll have clubhouse reaction from Soriano and the Cubs. You want to hear from Fonzie.
No doubt about it. That's on Sports Night. But right after the break, Luke Stuckmeyer and Dan Plesac have Cubs postgame live just for you.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the, No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom, get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah, I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, everyone is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS with an EPA estimated 32 mpg highway starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum. If you're going to drink, be responsible. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
He's seeing the ball as big as a beach ball right now.
3 homers for Alfonso Soriano, the first Cub to do that in a game since Aramis Ramirez, September 16th, 2004 against the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs win again, 9-1 over the Braves. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live. Alongside Dan Plesac, I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Nobody cooler than the Fonz tonight. Dan, I got to ask you, is this all because Lou Piniella went crazy in a game?
I think it's a combination of things. I think right now you're starting to see a team that's getting good starting pitching. That has been the strength of this team all season long. And I think what you're seeing now is you're seeing the big guns. The only guy really not in the thick of this as far as home runs, driving in runs, Derek Lee, but you're starting to get a glimpse of why Alfonso Soriano was one of the most sought-after free agents in the offseason.
Well, let's check out Soriano's big night. It started right with the first pitch of the game tonight, and he was on Cormier right from the beginning, knocking baseballs out of Turner Field. This one opposite field, first pitch of the game, and that's a pretty nice way to start things if you're the Cubs lineup.
Well, one of the things he does, he not only has power, but he has power to all fields, and you're starting to see little glimpses of what you hear about throughout the league, throughout the National League, about the ball jumping off his bat. He hits power to all fields.
And speaking of that, the next time up, he doesn't go opposite field. He turns on this one and rips it into left field. So now in the first 2 innings, he has 2 home runs. And this guy has been on a tear, something like 8 home runs practically, or he's got 10 homers on the season, 7 of which have come in about the last week or so.
And I think you were earlier in the game saying if he gets 9 at-bats, he may hit 9 home runs in this game.
Well, it would have happened. They walked him. He had about 4 more homers.
He would have had 9 at-bats if they were 9 home runs if they had pitched.
And the third one, he puts this one in the left field bleachers as well. Alfonso Soriano with the 3 homers tonight, and there's something about the Braves that he really likes their pitching. Last year, he hit 3 home runs against the Braves. The same exact team. So this guy has 6 homers in 2 games against the Atlanta Braves in the last 2 years. And Alfonso Soriano in June, Dan, as you mentioned, red hot. .514 batting average. His batting average is now well up over 300. He has 6 homers this month, 9 ribbies, and he's knocked in 10 runs. What has turned it around for this guy?
I think a lot of it is you come to a new team, a new city, not changing leagues, but you come to a new team and you get a little bit out of your comfort zone, a new set of teammates, a new ballpark. You get out of your comfort as far as being with a hitting coach that you've been with. And it just takes used to getting around a new environment, new teammates, a new scenery. And he got off to a very sluggish start in the month of April. A lot of that you can attribute to the weather. It was a miserable spring, cold, windy, wind blowing in, but you're starting to see little flashes, more than little flashes right now, a guy that is really locked in. And if they can get this lineup, one of the big keys is hopefully the injury to Aramis Ramirez is not something that's going to keep him out of the lineup long term. You're starting to see the firepower that we saw in spring training. And you look at this team right now, and they're currently 5 games under 500. And it's hard to fathom that this team has the record it has because there is way too much talent on this team to be 5 games under 500. But as I said last night, if they can somehow creep their way, get back to that 500 level, near or close to the All-Star break, they're going to be breathing right down the Milwaukee Brewers' neck.
Confidence never an issue with Soriano, but do you think a $136 million contract put a little pressure on him early in the season?
I don't think there's any question about that. When you're the big fish in the free agent market, and as a lot is expected, this team hasn't won a pennant in a long time. And I think what they're looking for out of him, you know, a lot of the fans of the Cubs were looking for this guy that was going to bring in and come in and save our season, get this team turned around. There's some very good pieces on this team, and he's a very important part of where they're going, not only the remainder of this season, but down the road, and you're finally starting to get glimpses of to see what he can do offensively. He is a terrific offensive player.
And that's why the Cubs gave him the big bucks in the offseason. Time now for our Feldco pitching recap. Sean Marshall against Lance Cormier, and Marshall easily wins this one. 6 innings, and he's been really good since the Cubs have called him up. Solid, just getting the ball over the plate.
The Cubs starting pitching as a whole has been dynamite. I think one of the big keys, we touched on it last night, is they got to get the big guy, Carlos Zambrano, to anchor this pitching staff. He's been up and down, not nearly as effective as he should be. And if he starts pitching well, you're talking about a team right now with some good options, right-handed and left-handed. Marquis has been terrific. If Zambrano steps it up, you're looking at 3 really good lefties right now. And you look at this not just in the division, in the Central Division, but you look around the National League, and you would be hard-pressed to find 5 better starting pitchers, 1 through 5, than the Cubs run out here. here. The problem that they're going to have to do is they're going to have to tighten the screws with this bullpen. This bullpen has let them down the first 50 games or so, and if they start pitching well, and if Howery and Air can pitch like the Howery of Air before they got here and last year, you're going to see this team go on a run where it's not inconceivable, where they can go on a run and win 15 out of 20 games.
Well, I think if the Cubs could face Lance Cormier every night, I could guarantee tickets to the World Series this year.
Well, you know what? I think
They've rocked him.
I think what's great about, you look at taking 2 out of 3 for the Milwaukee Brewers, then you win a tight game. It was so important. That was the Cubs' third one-run win on the season. They've lost a lot of those games, and you just feel a little sense of calm with this team right now. You feel like when they have a lead, they're going to hold the lead. When they're getting opportunities, they're cashing in. Last night and tonight, a couple of big 2-out RBIs. Felix P.A., a couple of really good jobs, 2 really good at-bats with a runner on third and less than 2 outs, hitting the ball back up the middle, a sacrifice fly. Those are the little things that you start doing that. You start building a little bit of momentum, and if this team gets some confidence, this is a real good team that has played lousy up until the last week.
A week ago, we were talking about a fight in the dugout. Everything has turned over in 7 days. As we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. How many home runs will Alfonso Soriano hit this season in a Cubs uniform? 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, or more than 50? Just go to ComcastSportsNet.com. Click on Chicago, then on that Cubs page, and cast your vote. Results coming up later in the show. Keep in mind, he has 10 right now.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price, and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Hey, hockey parents, give your kids a summertime hockey blast with Chicago Blackhawks Youth Hockey Dream Camps. We provide comprehensive summertime hockey instruction for kids. Directors Randy Jordan and Ray Fabar are joined by Hawk heroes like Troy Murray, Steve Conroy, and Murray Bannerman. Don't forget, round-trip door-to-door bus services are available for your convenience. Great coaches make the difference, and we've got them. Call 312-226-0002 or visit ChicagoBlackhawks.com. Chicago Blackhawks Youth Hockey Dream Camps are presented by Athletico.
Classic car fans, it's time to rev your engines for the 3rd annual Midwest Classic Car Show Auction and Swap Meet. It's all happening at the Greater Quad City Auto Auction in Milan on Saturday, June 9th. Gates open at 8 a.m. for the car show, pancake breakfast, and swap meet. The poker run starts at 1:30 with proceeds going to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Visit QCAA.com for details and a list of classic auction cars. It's a one-day event packed with food and fun for the whole family at the 3rd annual Midwest Classic Car Show.
Mediacom Connections presents the Swing of the Quad Cities versus the Cedar Rapids Colonels live Sunday, June 10th at 1 p.m. And it's only on cable television, Mediacom Connections Channel 22. All the plays, all the excitement, live as it happens. The game starts at 1 p.m. It's Quad Cities baseball at its best, live in your living room. It's the Swing of the Quad Cities versus the Cedar Rapids Colonels live Sunday, June 10th at 1 p.m. And it's only on Mediacom Connections, cable channel 22.
Sports Rise every morning on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Welcome back to Cubs Post Game Live. Time now for our Four Seasons. Who's hot, who's not? In the last 7 days, well, it doesn't show it here, but nobody's hotter than Alfonso Soriano. Matt Holliday's hitting .500 with 4 doubles, a triple, and 3 ribbies. Cardinals' David Eckstein, .444 average in the last 7 days, 2 doubles and a homer. And Brandon Webb of the D-backs, 2-0, 15 strikeouts, giving up no earned runs. Who's not? Try Mr. Lopez. 2 hits in his last 22 at-bats with 5 strikeouts. Jeff Kent hitting just 160 with 3 strikeouts. And Dan Wheeler, 0-2 last week with an ERA above 22. Michael Barrett hasn't been all that hot at the plate, but he was tonight. Hits this home run in the 4th inning to give the Cubs a 5-1 lead. And Dan, maybe this is something that'll help Michael get back on track, doing it in front of his hometown fans.
Well, hopefully. You know, he's had flashes where he goes 4 or 5 games and really looks like he's starting to swing the bat really well. When he's swinging the bat well, he's driving the ball on the outer half of the plate to right field and to right center. At times, he gets a little pull conscious. He wants to try to hit that outside pitch and pull it. When he's swinging the bat really well, he'll take that inside pitch and turn on it, but take that outside pitch and try to hit it right back through the middle of the diamond.
15 hits pounded out by the Cubs tonight. Felix P.A., another pretty good night as well. The rookie in that 2 spot, and he just got the job done. He's running things out. He's always going to run hard. I do like that about him, but he's also come through when he needed a sacrifice fly. He got the sacrifice fly. 3 more ribbies tonight.
He's done a terrific job. I don't think it's any coincidence you see this team on a nice little 5-1 streak right now. He brings a lot of stability to that outfield defensively. This isn't the most gifted outfield as far as being able to go and run balls down, but this is what they need. They need a center fielder that can cover some ground, cover both gaps, and he has a very strong and accurate throwing arm, and I think you're going to see him in this lineup every day. The more he gets to play, he's going to have better at-bats. He's a young player. You're going to have to live with some frustration at times. His knowledge of the strike zone isn't what it should be right now, but the only way that he's going to acquire that is to go out and play every day, and I think you're going to see him develop into being a really good situation for this team to have in center field.
Lou Piniella and Jim Henry have basically come out and said, hey, he's here to stay for the rest of the season, and while maybe he's not perfect at the plate, the way the Cubs were playing a week ago, he gives them that extra energy on the field that you just can't put a value on.
And not only that, but he brings you some speed at the top of the order. Really, this Cub team is void of really stealing bases. You're talking about Alfonso Soriano and Felix Pierre, only really 2 guys that you're going to talk about legitimate base stealers, guys that can go from first to third. Derek Lee can do that. Ryan Theriot can do that, but he brings some speed to the top of the order. And anytime you have the speed that he has, it keeps the opposing team's infielders on their toes. They know they have to get the ball and get rid of it quickly, and he creates a lot of problems for pitchers. And I think this is a terrific move by Jim Henry and Lou Piniella to get him up here, let him play, and let him play every day. He's their future, where they're going. You're looking at this guy. This isn't a short-term answer in center field. This is the kind of guy that could be out there in center field for a long time.
And no question, defensively, he is the Cubs' best outfielder right now. Let's take a look at our Pontiac opinion polls. We go to break one more time. How many home runs is Alfonso Soriano going to hit this season? He had 3 tonight. He's sitting at 10. Will he hit 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, or more than 50? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, then the Cubs page. Results are coming up in just a bit. And as we go to break, take a look at your StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs. They are in Atlanta over the weekend to wrap up this series. Then they come home to Wrigley for a makeup game against the Astros on Monday. Then they open interleague play against Ichiro and the Mariners.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any 2 biscuit sandwiches for just $3.
Honey, I think he's trying to tell us something.
His first word.
Feldco.
Smart kid.
Call 866-4FEL DCO.
Feldco windows are a part of family life. More than 100,000 satisfied customers prefer our top quality professional installers and great warranty. Call for a free estimate.
Financing available. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4Feldco.
suit that fits. Men's Warehouse has a wide selection of great-looking suits to fit you and your budget, starting at only $200. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Imagine a car with the same fuel economy as Camry, but with a lot more power. The Pontiac G6. Or cross over to Touring. More power than Escape, with the same gas mileage. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Every 2007 G6 comes with the best coverage in America and a great starting at price, too. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Wake up! Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's new iced coffee in 3 delicious flavors.
Check out our Pontiac Opinion poll results. How many home runs is Alfonso Soriano going to hit this season? 3 tonight. And you went online and voted, and 39% say he's going to hit 40 to 49. Dan, you have that figured out on paper.
Well, I know you voted for more than 50. The Cubs are 27-32. They played 59 games. If Alfonso hits 3 home runs every game for the remaining 103 games, he'll have 319 for the season.
There you have it. That's a professional opinion. Let's check out our pitching matchup for tomorrow. Marquis against Hudson, both guys with an ERA around 3, but Marquis' been a little spotty lately, Dan.
He's been, I'll tell you what, he has really been very good. He's been very dependable. He's kept the Cubs in every game that he started for the most part. And one of the keys, you'll know if he's throwing well, he'll be inducing a lot of ground balls early. Needs to throw strike one, use that sinking fastball, and I'll tell you what, his changeup has really come around. He's used it a lot to left-handed hitters. You saw that strikeout to Jeff Jenkins. Cub pitching's been very good.
But an ERA of around 14 against the Braves in his career. That's going to do it for Cubs Postgame Live. For Dan Plezak, I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Sports Night coming up next with Mark Shanowski and William Jackson. We'll see you later.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken. Popcorn chicken so big and juicy, others don't compare. Made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. So delicious, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it. Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines. See the day's programming lineup. Check out talent bios and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Welcome to Honda's ATV Planet. Today's episode, Power Steering, the chase is on. The team is out to track the tough Foreman 4x4 ES, the first of its species with power steering. They spot one, and the chase is on. Power steering gives it effortless handling, with no sign of fatigue. Then suddenly, it's gone. Another memorable adventure on ATV Planet.
Hawkeye Motorworks, 7805 North Division Street, Davenport.
When you need to mix it or fix it, don't risk it. Turn to the friendly experts at Heyman's Westside Ace Hardware. From painting to plumbing, electrical to pipe cutting, Westside Ace has everything to help you with those home repairs, including screens and window repairs, key duplication, and complete sharpening service. And a huge selection of nuts, bolts, and washers, sold in packages or individually. Heyman's Westside Ace, conveniently located at 4th and Division in Davenport. When you need it fixed.
Yo, what up? This is Pauly Shore, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet. Don't go anywhere.
Straight ahead on Land Rover Sports Night.
It's a rematch of the 05 World Series on the South Side. Question is, will the White Sox dominate the Astros once again?
That ball hit high and deep. Spence.
Already missing their cleanup hitter, the Cubs lose another player just before game time. So who would pick up the slack in Atlanta? Plus, the Bulls work out a few more draft prospects, including a former Knicks fan.
As a kid, I think the Bulls made me cry a few times.
Give us your best moves on Sports Night now.
Good evening to you. Welcome to Land Rover Sports Night alongside Mark Shanowski, William Jackson here. In the White Sox, after losing 10 of their last 12 games, trying to get it back going against the Astros tonight. Would they have any luck?
But we start out with a huge night in Atlanta. Alfonso Soriano, this was fun to watch. First off, though, some moves off the field. Aramis Ramirez has rejoined the Cubs in Atlanta, but don't expect to see him out at third base anytime soon. He's still recovering from a case of patella tendonitis. Lou Piniella says he'd only use Ramirez this weekend as an emergency pinch hitter. He hopes to add minor league infielder Mike Fontenot to the roster tomorrow. The Cubs also had to play tonight without Cliff Floyd. The veteran outfielder traveled back to Chicago because of what the team is calling a family emergency. Now to the highlights of the game in Atlanta this evening. Cubs looking for their third straight victory. They looked pretty loose before the game. Hey, they should be. Cubs put 8 runs on the board against Lance Cormier on Sunday. And the very first pitch of the game, Alfonso Soriano, that's not coming back. A solo homer, his 8th of the season. You know what? He's just getting warmed up. 1-0 Cubs. Felix Pie, Soriano's good buddy, steps in, swings at strike 3, but the ball gets away from Jared Saltalamacchia, and he throws it into right field. Pie's aboard on the strikeout. Back-to-back walks would load the bases, and then Mark DeRosa at the dish. He takes ball 4 on a full count pitch from Cormier. Pie trots in to score. It's 2-0 Cubs, but that would be all they get in the inning. The bases loaded, no outs. Top of the second, first pitch to Soriano again. He takes one out to left, into the seats again. 2 pitches, 2 homers. That's 9 on the year for Soriano, 3-zip Cubs. Sean Marshall getting some defensive help, and it's Soriano doing it there as well. The shoestring catch, taking a hit away from Matt Diaz. That's one heck of a play. Now 3-1 Cubs in the 4th. Soriano at the plate again.
Oh, deep left field. Number 3 tonight.
He's seeing the ball as big as a beach ball right now.
Gotta love that. Soriano's 3rd home run of the game, 4-1 Cubs. He also had a 3-homer game against the Braves last season. Later in the inning, Michael Barrett batting cleanup because Cliff Floyd had to be scratched from the lineup. That's a towering drive to left. Barrett's 8th home run of the season. It's now 5-1 Cubs. On the mound, another solid outing from Sean Marshall in the 6th. Edgar Renteria reaching, slow roller. DeRosa charges, and he gets the out. Good hustle by DeRosa, making just his 4th start of the year at third base, in for the ailing Aramis Ramirez. Marshall, by the way, goes 6 innings, 4 hits allowed, just 1 earned run. Another solid start for him. More offense in the 7th. Felix Pie rips a base hit to left center. Cesar Asturra scores Pie's hit safely in 6 straight games. The rookie quietly has his batting average up to 286, and the Cubs win again. Final score of 9-1. So thanks to that huge night by Soriano, the Cubs move 1 game closer to the 500 mark. All of a sudden, they're getting the kind of offensive production Jim Hendry expected when he put this roster together. It took a while for Soriano to get comfortable with the Cubs, but now he's playing the way everyone expected when he signed that $136 million free agent deal. Look at those numbers for the month of June. He's got hits in every game this month, 19 for 37, 6 homers, and 9 runs batted in. That is impressive. And for more on Soriano's 3-home run night, we send it over to our Cubs post-game live team, Luke Stuckmeyer and Dan Plesac. Guys?
All right, thanks, Mark. I think the lefty's pretty happy he didn't have to face Alfonso Soriano tonight. Fonzie's cool again.
He's cool again, and I'll tell you what, if I was facing him right now, he'd be getting that intentional walk sign. But you came up with some great numbers. The Cubs have 103 games left the rest of the season, and you were saying before we went on, if he hits 3 home runs the rest of the year, He'll end the season with 319.
That's impressive.
If the wind's blowing out, he's got a shot.
That's impressive. What has turned things around for this guy? The first 2 months of the season, we're waiting. He had like 3-4 home runs, and all of a sudden he explodes in June.
I think he's just getting comfortable in new surroundings with a new team. Anytime you change teams, not necessarily changing leagues. He went from Washington to the Cubs. But I think getting used to a new ballpark, a new city, new teammates, a new batting instructor, and you kind of get out of your routine. And I think what you're seeing now is a player that's getting comfortable in his surroundings. And I think he's starting to get more confident and more confident. And as he starts producing, I think you're going to see this team rally around him. He's one of those game breaker type of players. There was a reason that he was the biggest fish out there this free agent market. And you're starting to see so far this month why that was the case.
Did he put too much pressure on himself early in the season because he was the big money guy?
Oh, I don't think there's any question about it. Any player that tells you that there's not a lot of pressure, or it's just what you bring onto yourself. This is a franchise that is desperately looking to get into a winning mode, get back to the postseason. He was the big free agent market. They were able to lure him. A lot of improvements on the starting pitching. Jason Marquis, Ted Lilly, bring in some good players, Mark DeRosa, Cliff Floyd. This is a real good team that has played lousy up to this point. And I will tell you this, I really would be surprised if they don't continue this, if they continue to get good starting pitching. The big question is going to be they need to get the bullpen straightened out. They need Bobby Howry and Scott Air to be the pitchers that they were prior to this season. And if they do, Ryan Dempster has been great in the ninth inning. If they do, the Milwaukee Brewers are in for a fight because this is a pretty good baseball team right now. You look at this and you wonder how could this team be 5 games under 500 with the Ramos Ramirez, Derek Lee, the upgrade in the pitching, Alfonso Soriano. You've had some young players, Felix Piet come in. Ryan Theriot has done a great job. This is a lot better team than 5 games under 500.
It was exactly 1 week ago that we were talking about the fight in the dugout. Did the fight and then Lou Piniella turn things around, or what turned things around for this team? How are they playing this much better all of a sudden?
Well, I really believe this. I don't think that the fight helped, but I think you hit a low of all lows. I don't think it can get any worse. You go through stretches during the season when you're playing poorly, your starting pitching is bad, your bullpen's bad, you can't hit in the clutch. But when you start having turmoil and fighting and it carries on into the dugout, and that for everybody to see, I think this team, it should have been embarrassed. It looked like it was embarrassed, and they've come out, and you could just see, when you look at shots in the dugout, there's a lot of energy right now, and I think you're seeing a team that is starting to tide, is starting to turn. They're going to start beating some teams.
Soriano, 3 home runs. Nobody's cooler than the Fonz except for maybe our William Jackson. Let's go over to Billy Jack in Studio B.
Luke Stuckmeyer with the segue. You do it every time, partner. How about that one? All right. It's hard to imagine that the Sox have lost 10 out of 12 going into tonight's game. Also hard to imagine not having Jermaine Dye in the lineup. However, that is the case for the 2nd straight game, as Dye had some fluid drained off his knees. So how would the Sox fare against the Astros, minus the 2005 World Series MVP, even though his bat has been cold like many of his teammates as of late? Just another Friday night over on the south side of town, top of the 1st, and the Astros waste little time getting it going, as you have a couple of interesting faces. Very interesting stroke here. Craig Biggio up, bang time, getting all of this one way back. It is gone to give the Astros an early 1-0 lead. Bottom half of the inning, Taguchi comes right back and says, whatever you can do, I can do better, as he gets this one. I like his swing a little better, a little more excitement with it. He extends this one. It is gone. His hitting streak of 10 games, and we're all knotted up at 1. Flashback to Tuesday night, Astros Rockies. Lance Bergman thinks he checks his swing, but he is caught out. Bergman not happy, gets in the umpire's grill, and that's a no-no. He would get tossed. And earlier today, he received a 2-game suspension, which he is appealing. So you figure, coming off that, he would be nice tonight, right? I don't know. No, Bergman takes strike 3, looking, and he doesn't like the call. He has words with the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook, and apparently they weren't nice ones. He gets tossed again, and so does his manager, Phil Garner. Everybody has to go to the showers. Later in the inning, runners on the corners, Chris Burke with a line drive in to right. Luis Torrero filling in for Jermaine Dye. Can't make the grab. Carlos Lee scores, and it is 2-1. Bottom half of the inning, almost deja vu. Rob Makoviak with a shot. Liner in the right. Luke Scott can't make the grab. A.J. Przinsky scores, and we're all knotted up at 2 runs apiece right there. Top of the 5, Scott at bat. Drives it through the hole into right. Hunter Pence comes around to score, and the Astros take a 3-2 advantage right there. Top of the 6th inning is runner on for Adam Everett. And he politely bloops one Into center, Morgan Insberg comes around to score to make it 4-2. Strohs with the lead. Top of the 7th, Mark Loretta facing Nick. Massive bloop single into right. Scott's going to try and score. Will he be able to beat the throw? Yes, he does. Not really that close. Astros go on to win the game. Final count for you is 5-2. So the Sox once again try to get things going. They had 6 hits on the night, but cannot generate many runs. That has been a problem for a long time. That's why they've lost 11 out of their last 13 games. Not the way they want to play. Here's Ozzie Guillen after the game.
I wish they can come here every day and talk about this team every day with you guys. It's not easy, you know what I mean? I think I run out of codes. I run out of what I want to say. But see this every day is just amazing. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know how to put it together. You know what I mean? Just, I wish every day it'd be something different, but it's not. You know, pitching, defense, hitting, managing, coaching, everything is going the way it's not supposed to go. And we are a team to compete. We're not a team to just come here and make the fans be happy about the Mueller head, dog days, and, you know, fireworks night. We're a team supposed to be in the playoff and be a team with the contention. This is a team to compete, and it's not there. You know what I mean? It's not there. No matter what we do, what we try to say, what we try to make the lineups, pitch different guys in different spots. It's just you know what I mean? I wish those guys came. I swear to God, I was thinking about, well, you know what? I should bring the players up here and talk to you guys every day, and not let me sit here and hear my bull crap every day about this ball club. We should make a rule to make those guys suffer the same way I suffer. Come here and do this. Now we can talk about the game.
Are you running out of different combinations in the lineup that you can make changes? Is it just impossible for you to tinker with this any longer?
I wish I could make another lineup, but I don't have any choice. Everybody hitting 220. From the first guy to the last guy. And no matter what you know, who I put up and down, back and forth, lefty righties, it's same way. It's a shame to see those guys the way they go. I know they suffer. I'm not waiting for. I know I know the way they feel. I know, you know, I mean, I know the way they feel. But you get to the point like, you know, what I mean, I might start Cornelius lead it off tomorrow and see what happens. But meanwhile, you know, we try everything so far, nothing worked.
When you're not hitting, you probably need to be sharp in other areas. Are you disappointed with some of the sloppy play the last few days here?
Pathetic, terrible, embarrassed. I told the guys down there, we're embarrassing. They should be embarrassed. But at least when I don't know what to say, because it sounds like me, I was bad guy, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, you. I play all my coaching staff, besides Coop, you know, play with us. We take pride in our defense. We take pride of the ball club. We take pride what we do on the field. No matter what we do hitting, we try to do everything to win. And it seems like when one thing don't go right, everything's go wrong. And if we don't help him defensively, we're not helping in the reliever, we're not helping score and run, and you continue to play like that. You know what I mean? Just be careful. You might lose your job. You might lose your starting job. The thing is, I don't have another option. I have another option, believe me. It's a couple of guys going to be on the bench right now. I'm not going to say name, but there's few people going to be on the bench. I guarantee you that. But right now, I have a couple of guys hurt. I don't know what kind of disease we have. Now we have Owens. It's sort of, you know, you have bad hammies. You know what I mean? It's kind of like every come together. When it's pouring rain, like this rain is pouring a lot, hopefully this rain stop before that. But, you know, it's frustration. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm going crazy, but it drives me crazy to see the same stuff day in and day out. And the only thing I go into the ballpark is talk to you guys. I should sit with you guys upstairs, watch a game, have a couple of beers, popcorn or something. Because every time I make a move, people booing me. I don't blame people booing me. They should. They boo after the game. They should. They pay to watch a good ball game, and they go back home disappointed. Well, we do too. I do too. And I mean, I want them to feel proud and make those fans come to the game happier. Regardless we lose or win, I want them to make those guys feel proud of this ball club. And I think White Sox fans, they're not proud right now to be a White Sox fans.
Owen's day-to-day thing, or?
I don't know. I just come there and prepare myself to do the speech without cursing. That's hard to do. That's hard for me to do it, but that's that. You know what I mean? I'm running out of gas talking. I'm not running out of gas in faith and hopes, but talking, I got to continue to talk because I got to come to this ballpark, make lineups, and talk to you guys. I'd rather be the PR department guy. It's not easy for me to come every day and try to be, the guy I want to be. I mean, I have fun, but it's just I feel embarrassing. I feel it's not as getting up there. I feel I want something happen, something good to happen for us, for everyone, and it's not there.
All right, sticking with the Guillen family, how about this? In the 36th round of the Major League Draft, the Sox select second baseman Oni Guillen. And if he sounds familiar, it's because he's Ozzy's son. Right now, Oni serves as the team's translator for the foreign-speaking players. Oni attended North Park University right here in Chicago. Back on the field, the Astros will be calling Chicago home for the next few days. After a 3-game set against the Sox, they play one opposite the Cubs over on the north side of town. Tomorrow, it'll be John Garland going up against Jason Jennings, while on Sunday, the Sox Mark Burley will be going for win number 100 for the 8th time right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Then on Monday, Big Z will be on the hill for the Cubbies opposite the Astros' Woody Williams. You can see that one on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. As we reflect back on the Bulls season, I think most people agree, from the front office to the fan on the street, the one missing piece was a legitimate low post scorer.
I agree.
You agree with that? Yeah. See, Mark, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But with the 9th overall pick in this upcoming draft, Mark agrees with this. The Bulls hope to address that problem. And as Mitch Robinson reports from the Berto Center, there were 5 players in town today hoping to become the Bulls' big man on campus.
In the break, behind the back, where did that come from? Joakim Noah is a 2-time national champion who can run, definitely jump, and score. He could be a perfect fit for the Bulls in need of another scoring forward.
Look at Haas. And why don't you say, put it on the floor?
Spencer Hawes is a 19-year-old underclassman who's the same size as Noah, yet not as polished. He can put the ball in the basket on the blocks, and that, too, is what the Bulls need. Friday, the two worked out against one another at the Berto Center. It was the second straight city the two were pitted one-on-one against each other.
It's fun because you're gunning for each other, but at the same time, you like them, and you've seen them so many times on the circuit. So it's fun going up against the guys trying to bring the best out of each other.
If you're ducking, teams see that. You don't want to be somebody who's ducking players. I think that's kind of corny. It's kind of lame. It is though. Yeah. I really feel like eventually the game of basketball, there's no line when you step between those lines. So, it's gonna be, when you do, just bring your game and not your name. I'm from New York. That's how we do it.
The things I bring to the table, the interior scoring, the passing, stuff like that, I think it'd be a good fit, especially here. I
need to improve a lot of things. I feel like I need to get stronger. I definitely need to work on my jump shot a lot more. But I feel like I can get faster. I feel like I could do a lot of things, and I think that I'm definitely somebody who works hard and somebody who doesn't take anything for granted. And that's a first step.
Coming from the Big Apple, Noah's more than just a little familiar with the Bulls' rich history. In his eyes, becoming a part of it would be a welcomed switch from rooting against the Bulls as a young Knicks fan.
As a kid, I think the Bulls made me cry sometimes, Damn, I hated Michael Jordan. But, you have to give credit when credit is due. It's definitely a great opportunity, a team that has a lot of tradition, and a team that, in a city that expects winning. And to me, that's what's important.
And the same can be said for Hawes, who knows how rare it is for a first-round player to step onto a successful club.
It'd be a great opportunity. A lot of the times guys, you know, they're higher picks. They fall into situations where they're playing for losing teams and teams, you know, on the rebound, or, you know, teams that are going to be better in the future but not right away. And I think the opportunity to win right away is just about as enticing as a situation as you could find, you know, trying to step into the league.
Hawes and Noah were not the only two at the pre-draft workout on Friday for the Bulls. Joining them were other big men: Chris Richard out of Florida, a teammate of Noah's, Glenn Baby Shack Davis out of LSU, and a fifth unnamed player, giving the Bulls a nice crop to choose from come draft day. With the Bulls, Mitch Robinson, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Mitch, thanks a lot. So Noah's not a Michael Jordan fan. That's sacrilege here in Chicago.
No.
But you know what? He told reporters in Minneapolis, where he worked out the other day, that he would love to play alongside Kevin Garnett. He said that was one of his heroes growing up. We'll see what happens to Noah and the rest on draft day, June 28th. Meanwhile, NBA observers might want to hold off just a bit on coronating LeBron James as the next Jordan. James missed 12 of his 16 shots in Game 1 of the Finals against San Antonio, of course, the game the Cavaliers lost. And if LeBron doesn't start playing better very quickly, the series will be over in a hurry.
Sometimes it's about being more aggressive, and then sometimes it's about reading things and just mentally trying to prepare yourself the best way to how to try to counter some of the things that they do defensively. And, you know, they may have caught some of our guys off guard, including myself at times during the course of the game one. And, you know, I think we've played enough playoff games to know how to make the adjustment the next game.
Doing what we did last night isn't promised. Those guys are going to be better defensively. They're going to change their game plan so Tony can't get in the lane as easily. In years past, it's been just that. Teams have come out. We've played a good game one. Tony's played a good game one. Myself, and they've made adjustments, and things have changed a little bit. And I think he's more adept now to being aware of those adjustments and being able to adjust on the fly.
A good job of not boring them to death with obvious things like don't be too happy with the win. That win is over. It doesn't mean anything now. This is the only important game. All the things that you all could think of yourselves. What we'll do is focus on things that we saw in the film that we can do better at both ends of the court.
You know, even the way the NBA hype machine works, after LeBron scored 48 points in Game 5 against the Pistons, everyone's saying he's the next Jordan, he's going to steamroll his way through the finals.
Exactly.
But that San Antonio team is awfully tough. 3 championships in the last 8 years, and they certainly are the favorite to make it 4 and 9. They looked awfully strong last night.
They did, and if I'm Cleveland, I get it to Gibson, right?
Yeah, he can shoot it from the outside. They got to get him in the lineup.
No doubt about it.
Right now, Larry Hughes is struggling.
Not a beautiful thing. You got it. All right. Still to come on the show, we'll have highlights from around interleague baseball, including the Battle of Ohio, the Reds and Indians fighting it out at the Great American Ballpark.
Bobbles, throws, and has to.
And we'll check in on former Bear Ian Scott, who is trying to fit in with his new team, the Eagles.
Everybody is working hard to make this defense the best that it can be, and I'm hoping that I can come in and just add to that in whatever way the coaches ask me to. And I'm gonna work hard and do my best to try to fill whatever need that they ask of me.
In baseball, when it comes to pitching, often it's all about the matchup. Managers rely on right-handers to get righties out and the southpaw to take care of the lefties. But what if a pitcher could be a manager's dream and pitch from both sides? A mirror image on the mound. Tomorrow night at 10 on Land Rover Sports Night, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Land Rover Sports Night is driven by the 2007 LR3. Designed with all 7 passengers in mind. Experience the LR3 at LandRoverIllinois.com.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
We fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
Sunday just got a little easier. Play the Easy Sunday game from the Chicago Tribune for your chance to win over $300,000 in prizes. Get your game piece in this week's Sunday Chicago Tribune. You could win free groceries for a year, home improvements, spa treatments, maid service, movie tickets, and more. Live the easy life. Play the Easy Sunday game in the Sunday Chicago Tribune. What's in it for you?
Honey, I think he's trying to tell us something.
His first word.
Feldco.
Smart kid.
Call 866-4FEL. DCO.
Feldco windows are a part of family life. More than 100,000 satisfied customers prefer our top quality professional installers and great warranty. Call for a free estimate.
Financing available. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4Feldco.
Monday, the Cubs are on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Central rivals slug it out on the north side when the Cubs host the Astros. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Astros Monday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend. Think you have the perfect name for the Comcast Sportsnet Fans' Best Friend dog? Well, here's your chance to prove it. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and submit your idea for the Comcast Sportsnet Name the Mascot contest. The top 3 names will be announced during Comcast Sportsnet's coverage of Round 2 of the Crosstown Showdown beginning June 22nd. You could walk away with a Comcast Sportsnet prize bag. Submit your mascot name today by logging on to ComcastSportsNet.com, our fans' best friend online.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
And welcome back. Indians visiting the Reds. Top pitching prospect Homer Bailey making his major league debut. Like that name, Grady Sizemore, first guy he faces. Not first guy, but I tell you, he gets it started in a nice way right there. It is the first batter he sees, but later in the inning in trouble. Victor Martinez lines a shot to left center. Travis Hafner on the horse. He'll try to score all the way from first. Will he be able to make it in? The answer is yeah. They're not even looking, throwing. What's happening? They're Indians with the early lead, too. Indy, I'm telling you, in the fourth, how about that? Reds down 1. Don't need a lot of speed for this. Jeff Conine takes Cliff Lee to deep left with a man on. It is gone, a 2-run tater. His third gives Cincy the lead. Top of the 5th, Homer Bailey, bases loaded situation, strikes out David DeLucia right there to end the inning. Homer is the man. Bottom of the 6th, Ken Griffey batting. Watch out as he gets all of this one deep to right. Well out and gone for a solo shot, number 577 in his career. Reds win the game. Final count just for you is 4-3. Elsewhere, good matchup in Detroit. Detroit taking on the Mets. 4th inning, no score until David Wright comes up and says, get out of town. All of that one off Chad Durbin. Solo blast, his 10th of the year, and the Mets strike first in this one. 7th inning, more of the same for the Mets. This time, Carlos Delgado. See ya! As he'll launch one a solo blast. Also, his 10th of the year puts the Mets up by a couple. Mets starter Jorge Sosa rolling against Gary Sheffield. Gets him here. He hit the ground ball to short to end the 8th inning. Just like that, he held the major's best offense to 0 runs and 8 innings worth of work, 5 Ks. Top of the 9th, Mets looking for a little bit of insurance. Delgado, short fly ball into center. Carlos Gomez is going to tag. Looks to leave just a tad early and beats the throw home. He's in there, but Jim Leland runs out to plead his case, but to no avail. It's all academic anyway, as the Tigers can't get any runs in the 9th, and they lose it 3-0.
How about New York's other team, the Yankees, hosting the Buccos. Top of the 2nd, Xavier Nady facing Andy Pettit. He drives that high fastball to deep right center field. That's going to get out at Yankee Stadium. It's 1-0 in favor of Pittsburgh. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Yankees now trailing 2-0. One on for Hideki Matsui. And the guy they used to call Godzilla launches 2-run shot to right. The game is tied at 2 apiece. To the bottom of the 10th, tied at 4. Bases loaded for Derek Jeter, the captain. Chopper towards second. Freddie Sanchez can't make the play. Everybody's safe, and the winning run scores. Yankees take it 5-4.
Meantime, on the gridiron, while the Bears are conducting organized team activities up at Hallis Hall over the next few weeks, former Bear Ian Scott is trying to get acclimated with his new team, the Philadelphia Eagles. Dee Lynham with more from the city of brotherly love.
The Eagles are now 2 seasons removed from going to the Super Bowl, but they are still perceived as a team that each year has a shot at getting back.
This organization has done a good job of, getting people and keeping their talent here and you got some really good football players at every position.
Ian Scott, who is just months removed from a Super Bowl trip with the Bears, bolsters the Birds' defensive line. In 4 years with Chicago, he started 33 games, making 155 tackles, including 18 for a loss. He doesn't concern himself with what happened before he arrived on this scene. He only looks to the future.
It's a different year, and it's new guys, and everybody is working hard to make this defense the best that it can be, and I'm hoping that I can come in and just add to that in whatever way the coaches ask me to, and I'm gonna work hard and do my best to try to fill whatever need that they ask of me.
One of the most appealing things Ian Scott saw in signing with the Eagles was the opportunity to play. Defensive coordinator Jim Johnson rotates his tackles regularly, with the third and fourth tackle playing almost as much as his 1 and 2. Currently, the Eagles have Scott listed as Broderick Bunkley's backup at right tackle. What Scott brings to the Eagles is a much-needed run stopper. Last year, the Birds finished 26th in the league, allowing more than 136 yards per game on the ground.
Usually what happens when you're trying to stop the run and you're having difficulty doing it is people being undisciplined and not being in the right place. And that's why you practice, and that's why you go over it again and again. And that's what makes you good, the consistency to be able to be disciplined every snap.
And so every day on the job, it's important to pay attention to detail, which was another selling point for Scott in coming to the city of brotherly love.
That's one thing that they preach a lot here, is not giving up big plays, and so that's going to be key to any team being able to stop the run or the pass, is making the offense earn every yard out there. And these guys are real physical here, and they like to play football. They like to run around and hit people and make big plays, so it should be a lot of fun.
And nothing is more fun than winning.
Last year you had some young guys and some injuries, and they lost a tough game there in New Orleans that they had chances to win, and I think that gives everybody the desire to take it to the next level.